Hello.
Nah. Hmm. Ah. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah. Hmm. Sl- I know. I know. I know. I'm late. Wait, hang on. I'm late. I know it wasn't on purpose. Anywho. Hi there, Morris. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad that we have a moderator that is going to be in the chat because my usual moderators will be unavailable for me because Jason is just being dropped off as Code is here. Hi, Code.
Hi, Grant.
How are you?
I am good.
Excellent.
I'm not running late, I swear.
Sorry?
I'm not running late, I swear.
I'm not running late either, I swear. Okay, so I told myself, yep, I'm gonna be ready. I do the countdown thing. I've scheduled the thing on Twitch. I got the thing in Blue Sky. You know what I was ending up doing?
Masturbating furiously?
I was looking up the nutritional values of the Tennessee barbecue beef burger from McDonald's. Because I wanted to know, could I?
Could you?
No, it's too much energy. It's like twice as much. I'd have to get the burger and then slice it in half at least. And that's just the burger as well.
Oh.
I know.
Oh.
So, and then I went down a rabbit hole.
Oh no, not the rabbit hole.
I started looking up what can I eat from McDonald's, and it is the sausage McMuffin,
Nice.
the bacon and egg McMuffin, not the doubles. Oh, actually, I could have the double bacon and egg McMuffin. That one is okay. I could have. Yep, all the condiments are fine. I could have fruit slices.
All the condiments. Ha 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 ha. Also, hello James. Hello Wolf.
Hello. Wow, 2 himbos in one room. It's a Christmas miracle. No, it's just a classic May. It's gonna be May.
Oh, I am so glad we both knew where that was going.
Yay! No shared chat. Well, that's because Code isn't streaming right now, are you? This is just
streaming right now.
You are streaming right now?
I am streaming right now.
Hang on. All right. Well, let's do this properly then. Where's my thingy-majiggy? So, ding. Hello. All right. Hang on. So there should be. Do you not have it? Code the Yoshi is unavailable. Please check back later.
Yeah, I don't know how to turn that on. How do I turn that on?
So in All right. You know what? I'm gonna invite a guest, and I'm gonna double check. Code _ the Yoshi. Send an invite.
Okay, hang on.
Start.
Let me just have my other Twitch thing pulled up. Boom.
Start shared. Allowed. All
Wants
right.
to collaborate. Okay, click to accept.
Yeah. So I've muted. So I've muted my. So camera's off. Microphone's muted. Audio is muted.
Okay, so shared chat is on.
Yeah.
Mic turned off. Okay, and mute audio.
Yeah. There we go. So should be good now. Shared chat moderation. You can take mod actions against viewers in other channels during the shared chat.
Yep, there we go. See, I've already just seen Sir Dragon did a himbo, and he's 63% himbo.
Fairly decent. Fairly decent.
Fairly decent.
This is gonna be funny because I think both you and I have a throne, for instance. What's that gonna look like?
That's a very good question. So it went straight to yours, but if we do it for me, it goes to me.
Ooh.
Okay. So those sorts of things are done individually.
Because I remember, like, I think someone was using, like, Stream Elements or something like that when they did it. It's not, like, you know, our thing where we're StreamerBot. I think with StreamerBot, it's like, nah, it looks at the individual's, what's-a-mahoozy? At the individual's chat instead of, like, you know, the quote-unquote shared.
Well, yeah. Ooh.
So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, no, I saw advertise because I walk to the Bowen Hills like train station and what have you, and there's advertisement of the Tennessee burger from McDonald's, and I'm like, that honestly looks good. And like, oh, I need to tell you how I went with trivia this Tuesday, because yeah, our team came in like I think 3rd place or something like that. But that's not the important bit. The important bit is not only did I had a Thai beef salad, which hits the calorie count, but I had like a third of someone's mashed potato and a couple of wedges, and I did not gain weight.
Well, that's good. I mean,
yeah.
Look, having a little bit now and then is not going to kill you.
I'm just glad that I have a little bit of self-restraint, because I'll be real with you. The girl that bought the wedges for the table and such like that, the bowl was right in front of me. You don't know how tempting it was for me to just be like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. It was so strongly tempting. And so yeah, so I was a little bit worried of like, oh, I must have had like a dozen wedges or something like that. But I think the case is that even under those circumstances, I did extra walking because I had to, you know, I did early voting because I was going to work Saturday shift. So I think because of...
Yeah, I've done that too.
Yeah.
I've done my early vote.
Yeah, we both got Saturday shift. We're both busy boys. Because I did the
Well,
extra
one of us is
walking.
busier in the day, one of us is busier in the night. Although technically you're on call, so
No, not this week. This week I'm not on call. We take it in turns. There's like 6 of us in the roster. So otherwise, if I was going to be on call every week, I would not stream. I would just be like, "Look, I can't risk it. I don't know when a quiet day or a loud day is coming." But yeah.
Oh,
So
I got
Whoop,
I
what?
got something to show you too. I got something to show you.
You got something to show
I
me?
got some model updates.
You got a model update? All right, I'm watching your stream.
I'm not gonna put it on stream
Oh,
because
you.
there is still titty, and because of the fact that my pecs in this one are a little bit boobish, so
A little boobish.
a little boobish.
Honestly, though, that's still pretty good. Oh, and they have like a little thingamajiggy, so they've done like the bones for like the.
Yeah.
All right, I don't want to say any more because I don't want to spoil it for
So that
the
gives me
viewers.
some ideas I might get you to give me a hand with when it comes to the Vor Redeem.
Not fair, because if it's a bone, you can scale up the game object, which is what I have done with the pecs, which no one seems to know. 500 biddies, and these bazongas get an absolute fucking bajinga bazongas. But no one knows this. No one knows this!
Are you talking about your pec dance?
No, not the pec. The pec dance is a different value. This is like 500 bits, and you'll see. But yeah, no, that's really cool. And
500 bits.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the fingers are very articulate. That's kind of cool. There's way
Yeah,
more
like,
detail to your feet and the hands, I've noticed, compared to my, like,
yeah, Milky's done an amazing job on the feet and hands.
Yeah, I reckon you'll have better, like, it, because I think I shared my old leap motion to you.
You did.
Yeah.
You gave me that.
Yeah.
I've still gotta try and get the necklace thingy in because, yeah.
Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My hunger bonger doinky
You
boinkies?
promised me
My fucking
titties!
fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean my super duper?
No. Guess what? Test trigger. Wait, it's not. Why is it not working? What in the? Why is it?
Grant lied to us, chat.
No, I didn't lie to you. There's just a small glitch in Vignon. I will fix this shortly. Give me a minute.
Lied to us, chat. He lied to us.
I didn't lie to you. There's just seems to be a small issue with my Vignon. Give me a second. Where the fuck is the Dabin thinking? Did I somehow like lose it or something like that because of? No, I don't think I would have.
Here I am spending my money to show chat something nice, and you don't even have it active.
I'm looking for it. I swear. Oh, please don't tell me this was because it was like in the it was like in a previous thingy-majiggy, and I never thought to. Oh my! Please don't tell me it's not that. Not that. Arm down. Health system. Throw bits. Hotkey alternatives. It's not in my hot. Why is it not in my hotkey alternatives? It's not in my. Fuck. Okay, so what was supposed to happen is hang on a second. Scale, zing, dong. Ding. Dong. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. It was supposed to be approximately... Bam. And then boom, and then... Something along the lines of this. I'll get it working. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'll fix this.
You'll fix it.
Yeah, I'll fix it. Just you wait, I'll fix this thing. I just need to adjust the boom. Yep, cool. So it goes to the right thingamadiggy. So I just need to object. This is what I do for you, chat. Is I help with doing a fun thing of, like, you know, presenting. Like, if I don't have the redeem, I will just make it live. Is what I will do.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Give it here. I'll do it live.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. We'll do
Fuck
it
it right.
live. All right, hang
Fuck
on.
it right in the pussy.
Alrighty, hang on. So. Is it doing the thing? I don't know if it's doing a... Nah, maybe it's not a rotation thing.
Tis. Grant broke it.
I broke it. I broke the boob. First, oh, here we go. Ding, and then it goes across by 1. So... Nope, that's the wrong way. Negative 0.01. Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Negative 0.1. Alright, duplicate. I used to have, like, breast control or something like that. That might have been a better way to do this, honestly. It doesn't do it based off of ding, and then 0.1. Let's see. Alright, I need to
Zongas.
Yes. Ding dong. Press L. Delete. 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 Duplicate. Rest. Not end. Ding dong. So that's them normally. So maybe I didn't have them at... Maybe it was 1.5? 1.5. 1.5. A little bit better. And then IZ, I probably put to 0.2. 0.2. Nah, not as high as 0.2. 0.125. Nah, 0.25 is too far. Give me a minute. I'm just fixing how it looks. There we go. How about that? Does that look good? Perfect.
There we go. That looks good.
That looks good? Awesome. Cool. All right. So before I forget, export Twitch resources, Vignon export, and this is my hotkey alternatives. So Vignon nodes, hotkey alts. Wait, which one? Yeah, Vignon thingamadiggy. Yep, we're replacing these. So then, all right, and then I have like a little timer thing. So we got, and then on reverse, it does ding dong.
Which is dead.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Grant, you're killing me. I know you're straight. It's funny this way. All right, cool. Well, we got that working, which is nice.
I mean, it's more hilarious because he's straight. Then everyone's all like, "Oh god!"
Oh god. So yeah, anytime it is 8,008 bits, 600 bits, 707. So 717 bits, 7,175 bits, and then 500 bits. So on boob, tit, tits.
I see what you did there.
Took you a minute, didn't it? Took you a darn minute. All right, now I need to see whether or not the was there a reverse? Yes, there was. So there was a reverse, and that was about what's-mahuzi minutes ago. But let me just. All right, hang on a sec. Let me. Where's the settings?
We just need to get a pin, just you know.
I need to find the thing that's like, oh, here's the timed actions. Here it is. So we got the Zeeb Topless Booba trigger. 120 seconds. I think so I didn't have it set forever. So yeah, timed action because of Booba, and then executes the code. So yeah, so it's only on for like a couple seconds. Minutes. So yeah, so the scaling takes about. I'm trying to think how long like that sound was, the whoosh, which I think is only like a second. So yeah, all right, cool. All right, we should be good going forward. Goodness gracious, look at the volume of these. It's hilarious.
I know, right? I know.
All right, so yeah, and then ideally they will go away in the next minute. So, but I won't go away, and neither will Code, because we are going to be playing some Split Fiction. What were we talking about before the Booba interruption?
Food?
Oh yeah, it was like, so I'm fine. So like I think I was very fortunate where despite eating more than 350 calories, which was like the aim for my meals for weight loss purposes, I was able to eat below my base metabolic rate, and the fact that I did extra exercise, and plus like the front of my shins were hurting in the middle of the night for whatever reason, so my body was like using all that extra calories to repair something in them. I think that did it overall. So
you did a good job.
Yeah. So
how dare you torture the gay furries? Like, okay, apparently you're torturing the gay furries, Grant.
No, I'm not. Code's totally fine.
Yeah.
As the representative of gay furries to me, I will always go to Code and ask, "Will the gay furries be okay with this?" And then I go to unnamed, aimed for agreement. So yeah, it's totally accurate. All right, cool. So they do. Yeah. It does go back to normal. There's just no sound effect or any fun nonsense going with it.
Yeah. I mean, Chad, if you guys think that's bad, wait until my new model. Oh, you guys won't be able to stand it.
They will be unable to resist. All right. Once again, this game is compiling shaders.
Yeah, don't you love shaders compiling?
So yeah, the reason it did it for me was because of like I did a uninstall of like NVIDIA drivers at one point, and then I went and installed studio drivers. I don't care if I'm like 5 or 10 frames behind the latest like high frames a second that I can get with my graphics card. I just want like consistency. I don't want any crazy like screen going blank when I leave my computer for 15 minutes and it doesn't turn back on despite the PC running right there. Hello there, crazy wolf frog bear. That was a bit of a long one. Hi.
Wolf dog. You said frog.
Oh, wolf dog. I thought it was wolf. Wait. Crazy wolf dog. Yeah, okay. I think I was in crazy frog brain then.
Because this is the crazy frog. Dun, 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 dun.
So yeah, but I've been talking a whole lot about what my day and my food desires are, but how was your day/week?
Mine's been good. Although the only thing was though is that last few nights I wasn't able to stream like as much as I wanted to because of the fact that I've been getting up really early because it's been really noisy today over the last week. So I've been getting up really early in the day, and it's like, because I'm so used to getting up so late. It's like, no, I've got to get up early, and my body doesn't want me to.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the body loves consistency, I find. Like, I took time off work last week just because, you know, it was that fun little time. You know how we had like Anzac Day and Easter like really close together, so the clever hack is use 3 days of your annual leave to get like 10 days off. I did that, and you know, I could not force myself to sleep beyond what's the Mahuzi?
I figured we go with the same characters we were, so.
Yeah, okay, we go with the same characters. So yeah, because you like did an insta pick, and I was like, wait, were you what? So I wasn't too sure, but yeah. So it gets tricky trying to do that. All right, so where the
I'm eating at the same time, so.
oh, look at this fat Yoshi over here eating on the middle of stream when we're supposed to be playing games together.
I'm sorry, I'm hungry and haven't had dinner yet, so I'm eating some fish.
Oh my god, fish! Did you hear that, chat? Fish!
Yeah, what do you expect me to eat?
I don't know, mushrooms, salads.
Do I look like I'm vegetarian?
You look like a Yoshi. I think we're going the right way.
I think we are.
Because we did like a side thingy-majiggy, I think it was.
Oh, crap! Yeah, we did the side thing, which I think took us that way, so we've got to...
head back this way, I think.
Ah, crap, I'm having trouble jumping.
Yoshis eat turtles, apparently, is what Morse says.
Well, I mean, technically not untrue.
There you go. And then you run to the left thing. Yep.
It's not letting me wall jump. What the hell?
You should be able to just, like, from the right of it or something like that. Why does it... That's interesting that... Huh. Oh, there we go. It's the right bumper, is what you want.
Yeah, I know. I was hitting the
other one.
Yeah.
Alright, so... There we go. I think you just need to give yourself a little bit of a gap, so then that way when you run it, so when you jump into the wall, it's like jumping into it rather than jumping along the side of it.
Yeah. Alright, so which way we're going? I think we were that way, so I think it's this way.
Is it?
Hmm.
Yeah, okay, alright. I'll follow your lead.
How do you get out of breath inside a virtual world?
Who knows?
Where's the snow? Well, the Ice King's reach hasn't gotten to these parts yet. Why? I don't know, but shouldn't...
No, I feel like we're going the wrong way. I don't know what... Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, we're going the wrong way.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Because, like, narrative, like, you go... Like, because most people are right-handed, you move to the right. And see how, like, that kind of leads... Like, that clues us into, like, going forward, quote-unquote.
Oh, okay, yeah, you might be right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I think I was the wrong one.
Yeah, and plus it looked like there was, like, something to interact along the horizon. Silly holiday snoofing. Hi there, Noah guy. But nah, it was...
Oh, no, yeah, you're right, because, yeah, this is this area here.
Yeah. There's a hook.
I didn't do that. Nobody saw that.
Clip it, chat.
Monkey.
Monkey. Alright, here we go. So
Now you are Groot.
Oh! Oh!
I'm guessing I'm gonna have to keep you safe.
Maybe. Yeah, there's other monkeys.
I think we're about to get boarded. Get rid of them.
Okay, so really short recharge time.
Monkey!
Monkey!
I can throw the monkeys at the other monkeys.
Nice.
Oh shit!
We've been harpooned! They're whaling us! But this is not a whale! Try and tell them that!
Sorry, I am trying to get rid of these monkeys.
Yeah. I don't know if I was able to join in and help you, is the thing.
They're whaling us! But this is not a whale!
Okay, so...
Tell them that!
So yeah, it seems like I can only, like, scream and such. So yeah, I'm stuck here.
Okay.
It looks like throwing looks to be better because it can hit, like, more than one monkey.
Yeah, I'm trying to throw them as much as I can, but... The problem is they come in from all sides, which makes it really hard to...
But you're the captain!
No, tree thingy!
It looks like a tree centipede thing. I don't know. They'll probably tell us in, like, a behind the scenes thingy-majiggy.
Annoying monkeys.
Oh, here's the, indications of the Ice Age.
This is the impending ice age. We're getting closer to the finale. To the Ice King? First, the Monkey King. So there's an Ice King and a Monkey King? Cool, huh? Let me fill you in on the backstory. My sister Ella loves monkeys, and Like I said, you don't have to explain it to me.
But that's fun.
I'm getting kind of sick of your attitude. But none of this makes any sense. Oh, like you're some expert writer now. Last time I checked, you're just as unpublished as I am. I don't care about getting published right now. I just want to get out. All I'm trying to do is tell you what I wrote so that we can be somewhat prepared.
Yeah, when I hear the term Ice King, the only thing I can think of is Adventure Time.
Nah, fair as well. Like, because here's the thing. It's like the Ice King is Simon Petrikov, and then the Monkey King is Wukong. Like...
I'm freaking out too.
Okay, so tell me about your sister and this Monkey King.
Right. Me and Ella always used to visit the zoo when we were younger. And there was this really old and very lonely chimpanzee that we used to feed. Until one day, they decided to put him down.
No. That must have sucked.
Yeah, it did. So when I wrote this story, I felt compelled to include him.
Okay. You lead the way then. So, how did you write this Monkey King then?
It's not like how me and Ella saw him. Rather, how we imagined him in his prime.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I'd say good.
Ah, you're just instantly in the water to see if it does anything.
Well, I mean, by the looks of it...
Leave it when I see it.
Oh yeah, maybe there's something important.
Oh. Plus, easier to get through that way.
These monkeys
Yeah, that's true.
all day.
Yep. Expect straight up monkey business.
Yeah. Monkey business.
Monkey business.
Monkey.
Why did you save me?
Monkey.
I'm sorry, that will never not be the line that I will always turn to.
Monkey.
This ain't no lazy river.
Get that fur cleaned, Mio.
Where in the world?
Where
I
the
see.
fluff am I meant to go?
Hang on.
Oh. Ow. Okay.
Don't block the stream.
Oh, okay. So then you swim through, and then...
And then I don't know what to do from there.
Okay,
Okay, hang on.
we'll wait and hear what they do narratively, because it looks like...
Ah, crap. I tried to transform as I got back on there.
Okay.
Am I meant to go down the...
No, I don't... No, I don't think so. So you go through there, and then... There. Oh. Oh, okay, I think I know it. Okay, so do it again.
Oh, yeah.
And then I hold it, and bam!
Wha-bam!
Hey!
See, we know what we were doing.
Exactly. Yep. Totally. Yep. First try.
Okay. Oh, this is a wall running scene by the looks of it.
Yep. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Okay, so we gotta be mindful of bear traps. Or just always problematic.
Hey, Grant, what was that about bear traps?
I thought it was... I thought they were, like, on...
Check it out, Mio. The Ice Palace.
The Ice King sure seems to have some taste.
Oh, is this saving the world quest growing on you?
Please. This story is about as deep as a bird bath.
Oh, come on.
Rally.
Yeah.
Fired.
Alright. There we go.
Oh, these piranha fellas again.
Oh, okay, okay.
Go, Otomio!
Oh, there's a time limit. There's a time limit, so I need to be... There it is. Gotcha.
Hurry, next one!
Got it. Yep. And yep.
That's all I got.
Okay. There we go.
Right, these bushes.
What? What about?
I don't know. Apparently...
What's this now?
We just have, like, hair things? Okay. Alright, I think you can jump... Can you jump to that, or... No, maybe not that. Maybe this one? No?
No, hang on. No, put that one back. Okay, now let go. Alright, now go to the next one. Okay, now drop it down. There we go.
Yep.
You ever go for walks in the forest?
Never. But there's a shady park 2 blocks from where I live.
Poor child.
So maybe that needs to get angled down? There we go. Give life. Okay. Alright, we're cooking. We're cooking.
Let's just not get cooked. Oh shit! I would have jumped the wrong way. Also, rim shot, really?
Yes.
Did they just throw poop at me?
That is straight up nasty.
Oh, we can throw snowballs at them.
That's for throwing poop.
There we go.
For you, this snowball isn't yellow.
Hey,
Meow.
Grant, did you ever eat the yellow snow?
No, I never ate the yellow snow. Don't be ridiculous. But anyway, monkeys. Who do you think would win? 100 humans or 1 silverback gorilla?
Okay, where has that one come from lately? Because I've been seeing it quite a fair bit.
I think it started up in
The trial to gain an audience with the Monkey King.
Sure, let's rise to the occasion.
Oh, wait, hang on. So... So...
Oh, I see. You've got to lock them in place. Ah! So you've got to lock it in place at the right moment.
That looks correct.
So red, yellow, and then lock the blue.
Damn it, I keep... Hang on. So...
Okay, let's start slow, okay?
So, the one on the left should be the last one. So, we'll start with the middle one first. Because that...
And then right, and then left.
Actually... No, so start with the farthest right one.
Do something.
Okay.
It's because, like, we have to wait, like, 3 moves before... Wait, no, sorry. Middle one, because we have to wait the longest, because it goes blue, red, and then yellow. So we grab onto the yellow. Then the second one goes blue, red, grab onto the red, and then we grab onto the... Alright, ready.
Okay. So...
Yep.
Down.
And... No. So you got to do yours, like, now, because I can only hold mine for a minute.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, see how it, like, you know, gets reset?
Yep. Okay, let's do that again then.
So yeah, so we'll wait for it to... Alright, go.
Okay, go.
There we go.
Boom, babies!
Because we can only have it for so long, like, bound. So yeah.
Yeah, so it's a timing thing.
Yep. Alright, and then dink. Here we go. That assumes these humans have nothing to defend themselves. Yeah, I think the scenario, for fairness' sake, is about, you know, falling into a Harambe enclosure kind of scenario.
I promise I'll try.
So, but yeah, I've been seeing it a lot on TikTok of, like, just all the jokes of, like, the first human doing all kinds of distractions, parentheses, he's gonna get ripped apart, Ardo, while the 99 run.
Is this gonna be oh, it's a musical.
Witness, the 8th wonder of the world.
Is that a DJ?
Bling, the king of sting, the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have to dance?
If you told me that I had to deal with a furry character with, like, a disco like persona, I'd have 2 nickels within the last month.
Answer, your fate will be decided on the dance floor.
Fucking knew it!
I can't dance. Your monkey can.
DJ, drop the music.
Oh, is this gonna be one of the oh?
Oh, it's probably gonna be a match 'em game.
Match my moves.
Yeah, it's Simon's. Ooh. So...
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, that's easy.
Great focus. Let's add some flair.
Ooh.
Alrighty, let's turn it up.
So jump up. Yeah, we jump forward.
Okay, so
Oh, okay.
okay. Green, red, blue, green.
You give me fever. Remember to have fun. You see, practice stuff makes perfect. I see you're catching on.
Okay. Yellow, red, yellow, blue, red. Yellow, red, yellow, blue, red.
Thank you. I would have fucked that up.
Because of the king, I'd be a great instructor. Love it. It demands skill to mirror the king. But can you do the conga?
Can you feel that? What's happening? Our bodies! They match the rhythm! I can't stop dancing! It's great, huh?
I'm guessing we're not meant to hit anyone.
Yeah, that's my guess. Wait, are we not supposed to? No, we need green.
Oh no.
I'll be your captain.
Ah, okay.
There we go.
Come on, follow me.
Okay, so I need more of the greens, so give me a second.
Okay, you go first. Oh no, I hit one.
So your monkeys
Hang on,
are
get
done.
out of my way.
Yep.
Yeah, get out of my way. Okay, so it's basically a game of Snake.
Yep. All right. Let me go for mine first. So ding, and then there we go. You should be good to grab yours.
I'll go from up top and down.
Yes, after me.
All right, now you.
And now you.
All right. Yep, I'm gonna go from right to left. So.
With me, dude.
This is kind of fun.
It is.
Oh no, my monkeys! I need to grab my monkey. Sorry.
Okay, so we've gotta make sure we last.
Oh, we need to have all the monkeys, like, in the dance pad, is the thing. So, hang on. Let me grab my 2 again. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And then... Yeah!
There we go. Okay, that was a little difficult.
The ending one was only just because, like, we didn't have, like, a good, like, lead and doing, like, the snake infinite.
Let's get freaky. Let's get the groovy. Let's disco. Strike a pose.
Oh, so...
Come on.
Alright, cool. So, that's how it works.
Get ready now.
So, it like, points in a direction.
Do you feel
Yeah, so it's gonna be like Space Channel 5.
Do you feel it?
Dun, 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 dun.
Down. Up. Down. It's so spooky.
If he starts saying chew and hey, I'm out.
And right. Down. Left. You're some cool-looking cats. Oh, now that was slick. Let's turn up the heat and make it hot like the Arabian desert. As sweet as dates.
I tried belly dancing once.
Weird input, but okay.
Focus, Mia, focus.
And right. Down. Left. Shimmy, shimmy, shake.
All these years playing Space.
Right. That's it. Bang.
All these years playing Space Channel 5 Part 2.
Oh, baby. But you can't dance if you can't break dance. Let's go.
So much dancing.
Oh, yeah. The bomb, homie. The bomb, homie.
Don't lose the flair.
Alright, here we go.
Oh, God, I need a stretch.
And down. Lift.
Watch me bust a move.
Right. Up. Yeah. That's gonna be the dance of the century.
Woo.
You got some moves too, King.
You've earned your passage through my lands. Now, go and save the Underlands and end the Ice King's reign. High five. Down low. Too slow. Ain't that Ice King now? Ha!
I'm glad we didn't have to fight the Monkey King.
You're crazy.
Let's go this way. Oh, and by the way, for someone who can't dance, you sure brought some sick moves. Mio?
Yeah, the only thing that went through my head at that last part was from like Space Shuttle 5 Part 2. Like I'm just remembering like, watch me bust a move and copy me with no mistakes.
Yeah.
Use when you run out of hearts.
You know?
Never played it before.
Well,
Or-
I actually for a while, but then life sort of got in the way.
I know the feeling.
Miss dancing some days.
That's what we needed. You included in your story.
Ooh, what's this? Let's go gambling!
Place your bets.
Bananas!
Banana strike.
Nice try.
Nope, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I want to get the yellow.
You want to get the yellow? Remember, chat.
The yellow.
Remember, chat. 90% of gamblers quit just before they win big.
Spin it to win it.
Come on, give me the yellow.
I got it on the first try.
Fuck you. You know we gotta be here for an hour, right?
Nah, you got the gamer. You got that streamer luck. Get ready, get ready, get ready.
Looks like it's just repeating.
Wait, do I get bananas? I was lucky enough to get the.
Oh!
You were so. Hey, I got bananas again. Oh, you struggling? You good?
No.
You okay? You about to bet the?
Oh!
It's okay. It's okay, Code. It's all right. You're a winner in my heart. You win some, you lose some.
I'm gonna lose a house soon.
Trifecta! Daddy, no, don't take my car! Thank you for the hyper himbo, James. Is this it? Is this gonna be the one and then you're gonna walk away?
Yeah, last one, then I'm gonna walk away. Hey, don't you steal it. I was gonna do one more.
Alright, fine, you do one more.
Alright, that's it. I'm gonna walk away now.
Alright. But just one more. Oh, keep rolling.
Okay, well, yeah, one more. Gotta
One more, chat. One more.
Oh, you cunt!
we got it. Yeah, no.
Oh, it's a cock tease.
Oh. Okay, maybe. What if I do it? What if I do it from here? Nah, you do it. You do it. You do it.
Oh, jeez.
The game is rigged.
Alright, I aim for the yellow. It's annoying as how sometimes it'll just spin right in the dead center. Alright, let's see. Oh, stay there!
Ka-ching!
Woo! Yeah!
We did it!
It only took so much precious time, but we did it, chat! We're winners!
We're only so bankrupt.
Oh, it's getting colder for sure.
I knew I should have brought my mittens.
So, how much property did we lose?
You're gonna need to jump and avoid the ice, remember.
Yep. Okay, in my defense, fuck you.
Oh, right. Be aware of the icicle spikes.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Hang on. Damn it. Okay. Now. There we go.
Nice.
All right, that's the gate to the Ice Palace.
Fancy.
Big door.
Are we gonna have to dance against the Ice King?
Ethical gambler code, so true.
Also, hi, Fash.
By the way,
Hi, Sash. We just got through the Monkey King level. It was actually really fun, and we got distracted with gambling.
no, this is an early
Uh,
story
I
of
mean,
mine from
you
when
know.
we moved away from the countryside.
And you wrote this because you missed home?
Sort of.
Yeah.
But it was a time when life was simpler.
No, 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 no.
Look how far I can throw it. Oh, that's a mama bird going to feed her chick.
Oh my god, Code! You murdered the bird!
Ah! No!
I don't know how it could be.
I hope that wasn't the mother bird from. I hope that wasn't the one from the earlier level.
Whee!
I blame Sash.
Oh, you can just like run across it the entire way. You don't have to like
Oh, there
jump.
was a nest. Again, I blame Sash.
And yeah, you can just run it. You don't have to jump.
But I wanted to jump.
Okay, fine. You get to
That's
jump.
a flashy front door.
Oh, a big baddie needs a fitting palace, don't you agree?
And we got like
But how do we get in?
The Ice King's full of tricks, but then again, so are we.
all right. So there's the first thing.
Okay,
you
it
need
looks
to get.
like this is a button type situation.
But it seems like we got at least this hint here.
Hmm. Yeah, Sash, it's all your fault that the bird flew into the thing and then ended up.
Okay, so I go into the key.
Glitter's always an option. Oh, we've got a timer.
Okay, so. All right, so let's go. Yep, let's go with the furthest right first, and then. Oh, I see what it is. Okay, hang on. So you have to hit the thingy-majiggy, so I know what it is I have to make. So,
Okay.
yep.
Yep.
All right, so
Okay, yep. Okay.
You get it?
So we'll start from right to left.
that's your left.
Okay, left to right. Okay, left to right.
2. All right. I could guess that one was the last one. There we go.
Hustler.
Nice. Good teamwork. A better lockpicking
Also-
system than Oblivion.
I mean, there's actually a bit of a trick to the lockpicking system for Oblivion,
There-
if you want to know.
There is not.
There is.
Know this from somewhere.
Oh, okay. I see what this thing wants to do. So, like, you know, so that will just keep pushing to a direction.
Yeah, so I kind of figured. So we'll need to grab the one over here on the
Oh,
edge.
okay. Yeah, I see it. I see what you're talking about. So we get this, push it up,
Mm-hmm.
and then because we need to go in there.
So grab this one. Hang on, grab this one.
But then it stops here. So then that way
then
you
we
can
push it over to this one. Then we push it to this one. Then we push it to this one. Then we push it down to this one. Over to this one. Up to this one. Oh, hang on. No, I've gotten in the wrong direction. Hang on. Hold up. My brain is trying to have a think here. So if we were to... Hang on. So if we had push it down to this one, up to here, up to here... hang on. Brain. Over here.
All right, so you got
To
a plan?
there. To there. Or we can push it over to here. Yep.
All right, you got it.
Yeah. So we want to go. So we want to go all the way. Okay. Yep. So we want to go to the left.
Yep.
So block that one in the corner.
This one here.
Yep. All right. Next is that one there.
Wait. Wait. It's not letting me. This one here.
Yep. Okay. Next is this one here. Okay. Next is the one in front of it. I used to love doing these puzzles as a kid.
All right, so that goes all the way either there or...
Hang on. So from here, we want it to go... Hang on. Sorry. I've just got to think. So we wanted to go... Okay, hang on. No, I got you to block the wrong... Did I? Hang on. Because if we have it go here and then here...
Oh, I know. So you're gonna push it to here. Push it to where I'm standing.
Yep.
All right, and then you are going to push it up.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. And then you push it down to this one.
Yep, and then, yep.
And then you push it to this one. And then you push it... Oh, wait, no, hang on. So maybe... Do we need to give it room, or do we just push it ahead? Yeah, let's push it ahead. I wasn't too sure if it needed to have, like, more thingy-madiggy. Yay!
No, we're good.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, I used to love doing those sorts of puzzles as a kid.
Nah, it reminds me of Pokemon Ice Level.
I'm kind of looking forward to meeting this Ice King. I mean, you've been hyping him up.
Oh, don't tell me you're the type that root for the villains.
Well...
Someone that obviously doesn't like the status quo because it usually meant depression. Alright, so we got it. Ice.
I got an ice. Let me see what's down here. Oh, there's a flower down here.
Okay, so... Yep. Oh. Hello. Oh, okay, I see what it... Okay, do it again. There we go. Awesome work.
I wonder if we'll see a side story anywhere around here.
Oh, I pressed the... I jumped instead of, like, do a dash thing.
I accidentally left a frosty streetlight and got stuck. There was blood everywhere. Whoa!
Yeah, glad I've never done that.
Licking the ice ball and getting your tongue stuck?
Yeah, I'm not that dumb.
You just need to put saliva so then that way the heat, like, melts the connector.
Yeah, but I'm still not that dumb to do it in the first place.
Side story over here.
Ooh.
See, look, a side story.
Something with an elevator. It's gonna be like Wolfenstein related, I betcha. Doom related, just like I said. Same publisher.
Really, Neo? Again with the explosions?
And this could be my biggest one yet.
That just peachy.
Oh, this could be more Half-Life.
Let's see. It's a Dyson sphere. That could be a...
Is that a sun? A dying sun.
You outdid yourself this time.
Alright. Be prepared to hide behind these panels, I'm thinking.
Yep.
Nailed it!
Yeah.
Remember, kids, always use sunscreen.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, yeah, okay, we did get behind it. Oh, yeah, there's a giant building in front of us.
What are you trying to achieve here?
The sun is about to go supernova.
Yeah, I do detect some crankiness in the air.
Our mission is to neutralize the core.
Okay, 3, 2,
Two,
1.
1.
Oh, what a lovely premise, Mio.
I didn't even hear the premise that Mio gave it. This, you know, explosion set piece.
Something, 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 sun, something, something, something blown up, something, something, something completely.
Alright. Oh, okay, so it needs to be right behind the whatsamahoozies.
No veggies for the lab people today.
And then we're right behind the... Yep, so long as we're in shadow, we're good, I believe.
You mean Shadow the Hedgehog?
But isn't this concept wild? Oh crap! Brace yourself!
I don't think they last forever, the glasses.
Zoe, watch out!
Oh, okay. Oh,
One of us
okay.
has to be on it.
Oof! Oh no, you
Hang on, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Alright.
Alright, hang on, now.
Dash!
Oh!
Woo!
Okay, hang on, hang on, hang on. Wait for the next one. Wait for the next one, okay?
And run.
Go, 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 go.
Dash.
Alright, hang on, wait for the next one.
Alright.
Go.
Here we go. Bit rate? Ah, the bit rate's fine, I betcha. Dash across.
Sorry, I'm playing it a little bit more cautiously.
Ah. Caution in the wind.
So, what's the theme behind this story?
No theme, just action.
No origin to this unstable spectacle. Nothing inside that wants to break free.
Yeah, I consider myself pretty stable.
Oh, stable. Yeah, like a dying sun.
I think we gotta run to the next one. Okay, go.
There we go.
Is it me?
Stay behind the wall.
It's getting more frequent.
Yup, we're running out of time.
Oh dear. No, oh, just yet.
Now go. Hide behind.
I am.
Hello, Masonic. Welcome to the stream.
Sure.
Hang on, hide behind an object.
No.
Yay, spectacle!
Hang on, wait. Told you to wait. Alright, jump on the button platforms. Alright, I'm guessing we have to activate all of them.
Oh no!
Good going.
My freckles are blooming.
Ah, I missed one in the middle.
darn it.
Yeah. It's alright, let's try that again. We can do it, we can do it. Alright,
Okay,
we'll
wait for it to go off.
3, 2, 1.
Use the shields. Oh shit! Hurry!
Here we go, here we
Final
go.
push!
Go! Shield up now!
Oh, we gotta take turns! So,
Yep,
because
so
we can...
you go for the first one. Yeah. You go for the first one. I'll go for the second one.
Alright, sounds good. Alright,
Hi, Onyx. How you doing? All right.
Hi,
Wait
hi.
for this one to go off. Okay.
now.
Now go.
Shield!
Shit! I instinctively shielded. Sorry.
Alright, we'll say who... So we'll say, like, who, okay? So we'll wait for this.
Okay, Grant,
Me?
you go first.
Get the shield!
Oh,
Me.
I need to be...
Yeah, we need to be next to each other.
Me?
Me. Me.
There we go.
I'm trying!
Mash
Oh.
it. Mash that Y.
There we go.
Yeah.
Did we fix
Tank spot mechanics at the finest.
No big
Sash, I don't play as tank that often.
I'm the tank. Code's the healer.
No, I'm the DPS.
Oh.
Sash is the healer.
Oh, okay. Why did I think you were healer?
What in the world is going on in your mind?
What? That was epic.
Yeah, but it has, like,
Oh, you'll get over it.
spectacle needs stakes. There's no stakes to that spectacle.
No, they were pork chops.
No, the pork chops one is like, oh, like explaining like how the sausage is made kind of bullshit. That is just
No. You wanted steaks. I gave you pork chops.
This architecture is some premium stuff, Zoe.
Don't get fooled by the glamour. It's created by pure evil.
Sure, but the Ice King's got flair.
Oh, there's nothing up here. Never mind.
It's created by evil.
Evil! Ow.
Remember, if all pork chops were perfect, we wouldn't have hot
hot
dogs.
The throne room is up next.
All right, let's dethrone the king.
No, Grant,
I'm
you were
alive.
too good for this world. Oh, damn.
There we go.
Hurry up! Go!
Evil!
Evil.
He's
I need to share you a Did I share you the TikTok already of the dude that's like, where they're like, oh yeah, dude's like a secret agent because he hears Lupin the Third and he just wakes up with his eyes wide
Yeah.
like, Lupin!
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
So, what is the Ice King's deal? Apart from his interior design.
He is the most evil and dangerous menace alive.
A stepmother.
the entire Underlands will fall into eternal winter. Mio? Look what I found. Step away
That's
from the cat. Aren't you the cutest?
that is gonna be the evil like Ice King.
Ice King. This little guy? Get out of here. I based him on our neighbor's cat. That devious little monster was always up to mischief.
Cats are evil, canonically proven.
Squirrels, everything.
Zoe, we are not killing a cat.
Pet me or die, human.
Eep.
Pet me or die.
Whoa. Snowball.
Oh, death it is then. Whoosh!
Death it is then. Whoosh! Doing his own sound effects.
I ask who dares disturb me without.
Hi there, Talon.
We're here to end your icy reign of terror once and for all.
Yeah, I feel like Sash would do that. Pet me or die.
Diamonds on the menu. Oh, poor me, but sweet lord, today must be my lucky day.
And it has like a weird. Ooh, big cat.
Shifts too. The planet is its source of power. We need to destroy it.
Hi there, Talon. Welcome to the stream. Me and Code are playing Split Fiction.
I'd still tap that kitty. Kitty.
This doesn't feel like playing. Just stay alive.
Remember your positionals, Grant.
Positionals.
Snowball has lost his mind.
Yeah, I believe Sash is cute. There's a cute meter.
Bring it to the runway. This ice. Twice as nice.
Oh, I need to do like thingamajiggies. Okay. There we go.
Strike him already, Mio. Take this, Snowball.
Nice.
94% Q.
Uh-oh. Oh, there he is.
Gifts from above.
Oh, he's turning around.
Tie that Maria down.
Here we go, here we go.
Yes, Bunny the ball.
Nice work. Look at that, 94% cute, and I didn't even have to manipulate my robot to, you know, recalibrate for you.
Grant is manipulating the robot.
Bad about this. I love cats. After all the violence in your stories, here is where you draw the line. I don't know. Maybe.
They never met a bad cat then.
Yeah, I mean, look at Stormy. He's a good kitty.
I hear you regularly complain about Stormy.
And he's still a good kitty.
Oh my god. Can your cat do that?
We should have brought Jacket.
No. Okay, so I can't jump into that yet. Here it comes.
Oh, damn
Okay.
it. I need a revive, sorry. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Ready, 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 ready.
Going for it now.
That's for stalking us.
Oh, why is it full focus on you for this fun stuff? So violent.
Because I'm the violent one.
You have to be in my chat for the himbo to work, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, you do. You need to be in his.
I don't know why the shared chat doesn't do the thing.
Ew. Hairballs. Ah, bring the handballs into the middle.
Ah, okay, okay, okay.
Those explosive furballs! Shatter the frozen pond! Pond crack!
Uh-oh. There we go.
Alright, going for it. Go.
Here we go, and bonk.
This one's for all the animals!
81% himbo there, James. Good work, good work. So yeah, I wonder if there's a way for StreamerBot to like be fine with shared chat. I reckon it's gonna be in the Q&A.
Don't let him trick you. Shoo! Shoo!
My kitty!
Kitty can take care of himself. They don't need pets.
Fuck you, I'm gonna pet the kitty.
Why pet kitty when monkey?
Because I want to pet the kitty.
We did it! Once more, hope of spring has returned to the Underlands, and everyone can live happily ever after. You gotta admit, feels kinda good, doesn't it?
What does?
Saving the world.
It had its moments.
You can do better than that.
All right, the monkey part didn't completely suck.
I knew you'd come around.
Yep.
Finally.
I'm gonna miss this place.
Let's get out of here.
The situation is still not solved.
Look, I've got a plan. We're going to get them out.
I don't like where this is going.
First, we have accusations of the machine stealing ideas, and now this.
This is the first time many people are seeing this machine.
These are easy. Everybody has them. We're extracting creativity from thousands of minds, all working for us to create masterpieces that you can live, touch, feel.
Sir, they're coming back.
On my way. I gotta go. Just trust me.
I don't know if he's actually the bad guy or not.
Nah, it's probably... He probably is. Or there's like a creation of his that is the bad guy.
I wonder how many more hits it can take.
I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
Okay, we're ready.
Hit it.
What was that?
Mio? Zoe?
Hello?
Hello, this is Raider, CEO of Raider Publishing. Do you copy?
We do.
Great. Firstly, I want to apologize for this minor inconvenience. But rest assured that we are working on a solution. However, in order to provide you proper assistance, I need you to discontinue your pursuit of the glitches. It's only making our situation worse.
You can cut the crap. We've heard you the entire time.
You what?
We know that you just want to extract and steal all of our ideas. You crook.
No, 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 you've got this all wrong. We only want to help you get published. I'm on your side.
Listen here, we're breaking out. And if we destroy your machine at the same time, so be it.
Yeah, you brought this on yourself.
Wait, Mio, I might be able to assist you with your father's situation. We looked you up. And if it's financial assistance you require, I might be able to help you.
You could?
Yes. And all you have to do in return is stop pursuing the glitches. Isn't that why you came here in the first place? To get paid? What if I told you that we could get rid of all your problems today?
He's bluffing.
It's your choice, Mio.
Mio, listen. Everything he's told us, the publishing deal, the offer to assist us, it's all been lies. He only wants to take advantage of us. You said it yourself.
Yeah. Screw this guy.
No, you can't do this. Stop this madness right now. I will not let you ruin my life's work.
Good chat. Very productive.
It's my machine!
Way to stop you. Do you hear me? I will find a way to stop you, goddammit!
Gee, I wonder who the villain is.
Yeah. Easy.
Mio? What is this? What's happening?
Listen up, soldiers. This is Operation Fire.
Oh my god, that's... What's a Mahuzi?
Yes, Captain. Our intel tells
Oh, he's not a captain, but in the...
Forsaken Mex.
What's his name? From Halo 2.
Oh, yeah.
Get ready to drop. What? We're gonna get hit by a rocket any second, and everyone will die.
Everyone will die!
What? We're all gonna die?
Oh, no, no, don't listen to her. Everything is gonna be fine. We're all gonna be fine.
Hey, if I die, please tell my wife and my son that I love them.
Mio!
And destroy the source of the toxin. Are we clear?
We're gonna die? No, 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 no. You're gonna be totally fine. If I'm gonna die, can you tell my wife and kids I love them?
Zoe, drop! I'm not doing this! Push the button!
We drop in T-minus 60 seconds.
No! No!
Whee!
Alright.
Back up! We're not doing this alone! They're all gonna die! All of them! Only the heroes will survive the drop! I don't feel like a hero!
I need a hero.
Ba, 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 ba.
Forever a hero to the morning light.
It
He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fast for the fight. No, no, not a gyro, a hero.
Gyro sounds good though.
I don't think I've ever had a gyro before.
It's like a kebab, but thicker bread. I think we're aiming for... Whoop.
Aiming for the hole. Belly flop. Aww.
Whee!
Bloosh. So I'm guessing we're gonna have at least one more fantasy level.
I reckon we'll have another sci-fi and 2 fantasy levels.
You think?
Yeah, I think there's gonna be a decent chunk to this game.
Code's belly flop into the ocean with damage San Andreas fault.
Nah.
Hey!
He says that because he
I
thinks
mean-
you're big.
I mean, technically not wrong, but still, fuck you.
Mhm.
Plus, it wouldn't be the San Andreas vault. It would be,
Vault.
you know, we'd basically run out of water. That would be the main thing.
All right, so.
So what was Raider referring to before we got here?
Get used to
Ooh.
the guns. They're vital to this mission.
Nice.
Easy.
Oh, okay. So some you can do, and you can do it while wall running.
What do you mean with your father's situation?
Our guns are calibrated to this facility. They'll clear our path forward.
Neo, wait.
Come on, we gotta go.
No, just wait.
You heard what the captain said. We've got until dawn to complete the mission.
Yeah, I know humanity is about to end and everything, but
Humanity's about to end and everything.
Raider mentioned.
So blasé.
No?
We have to push on, guns blazing.
Neo,
What?
clearly something is bothering you with all of this. Let me help you.
Look,
Yeah, trauma dump, girl, while we're trying to rescue ourselves.
I'm fine on my own.
But how are we supposed to get out of here if we don't start to trust each other?
I don't need your trust.
Well, I kind of need yours. Not everyone is out to get you.
Ah, I'm colored like Mega Man, and you're colored like Samus.
It's healthy to vent.
I want to be blue.
I think we can swap characters at this point as
Nah,
well.
it's okay. I'm
It's
being
fine.
silly.
You're being silly. You don't want to be blue.
No.
My dad got sick.
Gasp, woman.
In and out of hospitals for a while now. I started writing this as a way to kill time in all the different waiting rooms.
So, is that what Raider meant with the whole financial situation?
Can I say? Medical care ain't cheap. Now, can we please?
Yeah? Yeah. Blaze away.
Because I remember seeing one clip from the trailers about dragons.
Oh, what? That voice. It's just the defense system of this facility. Don't mind it.
Oh. Okay, so...
First one's you, second one's me. And by the looks of it, we're on a timer for them.
These guns are very user-friendly, even for a rookie.
There are no rookies on this mission. In here, you're a super trained super soldier.
Yes, sir.
Super trained super soldier of super importance with a very high mortality rate.
I'm gonna shoot all the. Oh, hang on.
You're hoping it'll do something?
Well, it looks like it's doing something.
I think we're getting distracted. Unless we have to do it the
Yeah.
other way.
No, I think we're getting distracted.
So we're here to stop the release of a toxin.
And destroy this facility.
Have you always been into action and sci-fi?
As far back as I recall, it has struck a chord with me.
Some find comfort in a favorite teddy bear, blanket, or secret spot. You go with explosions.
Never thought about it that way. Sure.
What's wrong with explosions?
There we go.
Explosions are sexy.
Yeah, but they need there needs to be stakes.
Look, you again, you and your steaks. Like I said, I prefer pork chops.
So these are the godforsaken mechs our late captain told us about?
Expect to run into more of them.
Look, that's where we are.
And the source is all the way up at the top.
What? Okay. Alright.
You took my hook! Oh, I think this is probably gonna start rising. Crap!
I got it.
Oh.
Yeah, honestly, I could go for a tomahawk steak.
I honestly look forward to, like, when I get to, like, you know, a good weight. You again. And then it will reset. There we go. But yeah, once I get to, like a goal weight, because I'm, like, 96 point something this morning. There we go. So you're... Oh, no. Okay, there we go. And then you need to shoot this one.
No, I've already opened it up for you. Someone wasn't paying attention
Nah,
in PE.
Sorry.
That neck looks unpleasant. Lock and load, Zoe.
Oh my god, it's got 2 spinning blades. Alright, let's get...
He's onto me.
So here's your one. You need to do the thingy-majiggy.
He's unprotected. Take him.
Okay, we need to give it a
Alright, now
red
we gotta
thingy. Yep.
Move him over onto here.
Now's our chance.
Alright, then we
Over
got a
to blue.
blue.
Oh, hang on, which one are you at? Over there? Okay, I'm coming to you, I'm coming to you, I'm coming to you.
Get him now.
There we go. Nice work.
Yeah, up to the fin with you.
Oh, okay, that would have just made it, like, a lot better to avoid him.
Hi, Angirl, how you doing?
Where did...
Angirl activated Das Toot.
Toot.
Ooh, are we getting upgrades?
It looks like it. Weapons detected. Upgrade. Diagnostics.
So, when did you know that you wanted to become a writer?
Not sure.
I was reading my favorite book by J.K. Rowling.
Been at it ever since.
Don't you think it's remarkable that when arranged in just the right order, words have the power to change the world?
Not really into changing the world. As long as my close ones are taken care of, I'm fine.
Why be a writer then? There must be easier ways to get paid.
Of course, but everything else pales in comparison. I just love to write. It's how I stay sane.
I know the feeling.
I used to like writing.
Your guns.
Okay, so what now?
Move.
Landmines.
Giving us a force field. Alright, so...
Next is you. Press L again.
Seems you're getting the hang of this super soldier business, Zoe. It only takes a tiny acorn to force a mighty oak. We'll see about that.
Nice, good timing. You should write again. Took your grandfather 30 years to go back and he's vibing now. I don't know, like, I have ideas, that's for sure, but it's like, when I went through the, what's-mahoozy thing. Ooh, okay, so. There we go. When it comes to, like, writing and such like that, I got the lessons from university, like the university I didn't graduate from, but the one prior, where the intention of, like, you know, stories and such like that is usually for lessons and what have you. Oh. Ow. Okay. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive. I'll get back. I'll get back. There we go. So they just take turns. But yeah, like, I was, you know, taught, like, you know, lessons in stories can either be, like, with a needle or a hammer. That's why, like, you know, like, that's what makes worthwhile stories.
There we go.
So. Okay, okay, okay. There we go. Awesome. Wall running here. So yeah, so like the one. Oh. There we go.
Interesting. Sweet.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, we have to jump. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Jump. And jump. There we go. Awesome. Oh, Beyblade! Oh, we need a double jump.
Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. Oh, look, there's someone, let it strip.
Shields down. These guys are tough. Get the last one.
Tough to aim. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, no, so there's like one... Oh, hello. You need...
Keep it up.
Blech.
So yeah, so we need to go at the same... Oh, no, shit.
Go, 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 go. I'm right behind you.
Nice, cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to go so soon.
No, no, you're all good.
Wee! Sorry, I'm just like, you know...
You're into theme parks, aren't you?
The bigger the roller coaster, the better. You?
I prefer to wait next to the ride, helping everyone stop.
Poor Dad. I forced him to go with me like 100 times in a row because I was too young to go alone.
Oh, well, he probably enjoyed seeing you happy.
No, he got so pale and dizzy every time. I had a blast tormenting him about it, though.
There's a little bit of bullet tracking in this game.
Another side story over here.
Where's the side? Oh, side story's right there. Okay. Side story.
Story sides.
Story time.
I wonder if there's like a true ending if we get all the side stories.
Maybe. Who knows? Let's see.
Swear to God, if I'm ending out as a farting pig again. Oh.
What's up, Zoe?
Welcome to the kite run.
Aww.
Kite run?
I based this
idea on a game Ella and I used to play growing up.
Okay.
Up for a little race?
Are you challenging me?
Why? Are you scared? Scared?
Scoob, are you challenging me?
Oh, it's on.
I reckon I'd if this is a true race, I reckon I'll win.
Hang on 1 second.
You can't win from back there! I'm only warming up. Go, Zoe, go!
I said wait a second. You cheated.
Nah. Your fault. Whee!
Made it!
It's like Spider-Man.
Spider-Ham, Spider-Ham.
Does whatever a spider can. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a pig. Look out!
Unless you're actually talking about the legitimate Marvel version. What do you mean you didn't know there was a legitimate Marvel version?
There we go. So much fun. Here we go, here we go. Whee!
You do remember this is a race. Quit talking smack. Yeah!
How are you getting ahead of me? Yeah!
Hitting that was awesome!
I am.
Yay, I win!
What?
Oh yeah.
Don't be a sore loser.
I'm not.
Grant has been forged in the pits of the Mafia race mission. I have.
Yeah.
So powerful!
That scene would have changed depending on who won.
Yep, most likely would have.
Another side story saved from Raider's grasp.
Wait, I forgot which side I was on. I was looking at your screen. Here we go.
Well, you're clearly not red.
But... Oh.
Blah.
Whee!
Ooh, is this another upgrade? No.
Nah, it's just a level progression.
That defense system sure is getting annoying. Let's annoy it.
Oh, I fucked up.
Win some more.
Oh, we can make it easier on ourselves.
Drop them in the hole, not me.
Mind the gap. There. That's gonna move.
That worked. Yeah, you need to be with me. Alright, so let's go to the left. Ready?
Okay. Go. Think I said anything?
I love how we can just run forever.
That's because they're holding on to the side.
Yeah. we go.
Green's never a good color on rain, is it? Don't get wet.
Okay, so they change color.
Wait,
No,
wait.
red, come on!
Wait.
We could have made that. Left. Go, 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 go. Do your red.
Oh, that was close.
Unexpected igloo umbrellas, Mio. What? They're not. Never mind. Come on, go!
Whoop, that was close.
Whee.
Hurry! This thing.
Did it.
Yay!
So focused right now. I'm just like on the edge of my seat.
We're pressing deeper into the factory now.
Actually, this super soldier thing is kind of growing on me.
You don't have to be nice.
No, I mean it. I am down with saving humanity.
Plus, like, the little rides and crazy thingamajiggies we've done with the guns have been very creative. I'm glad it's not just corridor shooting.
Yeah.
What do you think Raider is up to now?
Well, when negotiations fail, war usually follows.
Right. Well, let's hope that's not the case.
One can only
Oh.
Crap, sorry.
Alrighty, so so I'll do ding, and ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, it wouldn't let me fire.
Yes.
Oh,
so
yeah. So you gotta pop up. Okay, so
yeah, you ready? You get
fire
makes
and
sense?
pop the hole, then I'll fire and pop the hole.
Made it.
Okay.
Teamwork.
Those node thingies look intriguing.
Ooh.
So fire it
Oh.
about, yeah, fire it about there.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense.
Now make sure there's no Easter eggs hidden down here.
Why would there be?
Sometimes there are. Hello there. Looks like I got a follow from Luna. How you doing? Lunatic Lupine.
Ooh, that
Sorry.
name rings a bell.
Avoid
Speed is green.
avoid every laser, Zoe.
Oh, but I don't want to avoid every laser.
9 clips. Hey, nice Ganoa guy. Sounds cool. Heyo to both. Heyo to you, Lunatic Lupine.
Massive, Mio. Bit grim, but still.
Yeah.
Zoe,
Throat.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking about something you said,
Oh yeah?
that you always put a bit of yourself into what you create. Do you really believe that?
Yes.
I do. And no matter how hard we try to hide it, something always
Sorry.
slips through.
Yes.
That's the beauty of it.
It might not be egg month, but they are always around. Oh, Easter egg.
But
He's what Warhorse is talking about.
Well, let's not forget it is Mayternity.
Realized something fishy was going on.
Oh, I need a piss. I'm so sorry.
That's right. That's right. You go piss, girl.
Yep. Advertisement on my side while doing a little dance. There we go. Entertain my chatter's code.
Oh, great. Now I gotta entertain all you people. Ugh. Fine. 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 Yeah, I could tell you guys about the breakup I had with my recent necromancer boyfriend. Yeah, I mean things were moving way too quickly on that end. He wanted to start raising a family with me.
I can't hit the button for when you do bad jokes.
Grant's all like, "Oh God, he's selling jokes. I'm gonna lose chatters." Terrible. That wasn't terrible. It was flawless. Okay, it was fantastic. That and it's Micro May. Yeah, Micro May, and then there's also those who do Maternity.
I'm familiar with Mayternity personally. That's the one I am like knowledgeable of, like of knowing what May's for. I've not heard of the other ones.
I'm actually getting a piece made for Maternity.
Oh my goodness.
Let's just say that.
I mean, come on.
Medical stuff.
People who have seen my blue sky know what I'm into.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you came into mine and gave us a chance to fight for our ideas.
Oh, hell no! Here we go again!
All right.
Take it down!
Oh, they do a little bit of damage, but not a lot.
There we go.
The mines are more so for shield damage.
Back off!
Yeah. Okay.
Nice shooting, Zoe!
Crap.
Try to completely avoid it. Oh, mine was okay. That was weird.
Okay, let's go. Hang on!
Blue.
Open it! Open
Red.
Your turn, Mew!
Thank goodness we don't have to press them again, otherwise we'd both be in trouble.
Ow. The lasers hurted.
The lasers hurt.
Ow.
You ran into that one, though.
Ow.
You jumped into that one, though.
Ow.
Maybe you should wait for that one to go up. Because, see how those two have halves? You could, like, stay on that one. So on that side, and then... Oh, you got it, you got it. There you go.
On your toes, Zoe.
Ready?
This part is quite dangerous.
3,
Yep.
2,
Everything is
1.
dangerous
One,
in farm.
go.
Okay, so that's the facility where the toxin is made. Yeah, the source of the ultimate weapon is on the top floor.
Oh!
Okay. Why does that scene remind me of Battle Alita?
Because of the cable doing the, like, the thingy-majiggy at the end.
Yep. You definitely know they sourced it from that.
Watch out!
Yep. There we go. Now I can...
Come on!
Alright, I've taken care of the gun turret.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
That smells funky. Still breathe it in.
Thankfully, there's a little bit of auto aim to this thing.
Hmm. Crap.
What? They're drones.
Whee! Yeah.
I mean, they could still be balloons.
They're mechanical balloons. Oh, okay. You ready for this one? You ready for this one?
Yep.
So you gotta stand on that thing.
Way. Bye.
Okay, so what's the trick for this? For me? Oh, because...
Baby bomb.
Yeah, actually, that makes sense.
Do you see anything useful on your side?
Let me sweep the area.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, that would
Door.
do it.
Sesame.
Alright. So... So yeah, because you need to
Hang on.
somehow... But...
Oh! Oh!
Doesn't attach?
Hook it. Yeah, try
Oh, okay, hang on. Maybe it's meant to me to be attached. No, okay.
attaching. No, try attaching yours to it.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah. Hang on, attach yours to it, because then I've got to let your bomb through.
Alright, and then
Okay,
let me know when
now
I hit yours.
Yep. Alright, now.
Awesome. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to my screen again. Alrighty, I'm ready.
It's a little bit worried that might have been a bit far. Alright, go for it.
There we go. Oh.
No, I missed on mine. There we go. Oh, hang on, wait. Now.
Whee! I thought we'd high five or something.
That would have been cool.
I actually had my own corner in Dad's garage. What? Yeah. I like to find my sci-fi in the grit, dirt, and oil.
Oh. Do you still go there?
No, we had to sell his business when he fell sick.
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
Okay, so...
Alright.
Test chamber?
This is gonna get rowdy.
How rowdy exactly?
Rowdy?
Oh, okay, so...
And I'm lactose intolerant.
Alright, so... I got an idea.
Have to manually activate the security measures.
Okay.
Okay.
Activate away.
So, I need to
Alright,
put...
I'm gonna lob you first. So you come here.
Oh, yep. Ready. There we go.
Okay, now what?
You ready?
Second one.
You
Hang on, wait up. Okay. Oh, I gotta step on the button.
Yeah, you need the button.
Now that's a big boy.
Oh, I see. Okay, we need to work together. Where are you? Where did...
Right here.
Cripple this walking dead.
Alright, this way. What the fuck?
Next balloon.
Flamethrower.
Oh, here's yours. That's another leg down. So then it releases more. Oh, we need to get up here.
Heads up, more bugs!
Damn, he
Darn.
went for a jump.
More company!
Ow. Stay alive, stay alive.
There we go. Gotta get ready for work soon. You two dorks take care and have a dad joke before I go. Why do ants never get sick? Because they have antibodies.
Boo.
Oh, come over here, so then that way you can, do a jump.
Ah, okay, I see. Okay. Launch me! Alright, get your ass over here.
Yep. Alright, ready.
Launch!
Gotcha.
Yeah, take a bath.
Dead by the ooze. Scaling up trauma.
I agree. Get ready, Zoe!
Oh, this is yours.
Now, kick its ass!
They definitely throw in a lot of different, like, gameplay elements into
Give him
this.
compliment! Go, go!
Oh, we can just hold it down. Okay, never mind. Alright, okay. Ooh, okay. Pollution.
Hey! He died somewhere! Don't lower your guns! Head spotted! Shields are down!
Damn it, try to stay alive.
Sorry.
I said try to stay alive!
You did it just as I died, okay? It's not my fault. Alright, let's split.
Yeah, we can all agree it was Grant's fault, right?
Nope. This one is... there he is, there he is.
Drop that head!
Alright, looks like it went red.
Head spotted!
Oh, I missed the... Sorry. Alright, it is blue. Oh, I thought I could, like, shoot it ahead of time, so then that...
Take him down!
And then it will be red next.
Get on top of it! Go, go! Come on! I can feel fire!
Ah, we're going through all the pipes.
The pipes are calling.
Smash it again! Again!
Yeah!
Did you bastard?
That's gotta be it, right?
Yeah, can't see anything surviving that.
Dun, dun. Nope, not that way. Which way do we go? Oh, there we go. Through here.
By the way, what do you think Raider wants all of our ideas for?
Not sure.
A multiverse.
Stealing from us. How many more writer stories?
Hi there, Pox. Welcome to the stream.
True. But to what end, though?
Whatever it is, I'm sure there's a lot of money involved.
Ah, money and power. A tale as old as time.
Ooh, okay.
That's a smooth trick.
So you can go... Yeah, alright.
Okay, so this is going to be one of those cases where only one of us can go through the portal that's based on our color.
Yep. What are you doing?
Okay, just checking something. I thought the...
Also, there's random fish here, which means there might be a side story.
Hey, that's
Yep.
a place, but maybe it's another side story.
Is it here, or...
No, I'm guessing, yeah, it's here.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. It is that way. Okay, hang on.
I can be right now and then.
Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Ooh, it's a...
Are we going to be puppets?
It looks like a castle of some sort, yeah. You just went into the bubble. You're just like, in. In we go. Ah, flashbang.
Yes! I really hoped we'd get to see this one.
Oh yeah? What is it?
Let me show you. Right, so this is a very old idea of mine.
Should I be worried?
Nope, and I can't wait to show you.
Oh, there's nothing at the door. Okay, cool.
Oh, this is a Harry Potter.
Ooh. What do you mean it's a Harry Potter?
Just look at the layout.
Pretty.
I guess.
Market, where creatures great and small come to sell their wares and to have a good time.
Well, it doesn't sound like a school. It sounds like a market.
Apart from all the magical fun, cats. Cats? We are here to rescue magical stray cats.
Aww.
kitties.
Hey there. That's it. Follow me.
And it just echoes away.
Moles.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't have a problem with cats. Alright, so we just need to find the 3 cats.
Find those 3 little rascals.
Oh, hang on.
They will grant us access to the fort. I
Look,
suppose
that's the guy from
And remember,
Oh yeah! Chat, hang on. Let me help you out. Alright. Enhance!
Yeah, zoom into it. So if you guys are on Grant's stream, have a look over at his. That is Cody from It Takes Two.
Let me try and get a closer look.
Nope, step back a little bit.
Oh, where does this go?
There you go.
There it is. There's Cody! That's cool. Alright.
I feel the need for speed.
Nails!
Oh my god.
Nail! Nail, there's another one. Kill it. Like the rest. Did you just get a wand?
Yeah.
Excuse you, Grant.
What do you mean, excuse me?
easy now. Don't scare it off.
Shoot. After it.
Alright, so now we find...
Whoa, that's kind of freaky.
Oh, it's a Baba Yaga.
Oh yeah, it's their village thing. Oh, it's a really big one.
Maybe you gotta shoot the eyeballs?
How? I don't have a wand. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, those eyes aren't creepy at all.
It's part of the Baba Yaga thingy-madoog.
Baba Yaga?
I don't bite.
Yeah, except didn't we kill a cat in the last one?
No, it was a very mean neighbor's cat. I thought, yeah, I was going
My
the wrong
point
way.
still stands. She makes one story about hating cats and then one
No,
story about
no. Not every cat, just one particular cat.
Help me with this strange chest. Nice. Let's bring it back to the castle gate. All right.
Did we at least pet the cat, or... Yeah, we did. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I pet the kitty. Don't worry, I got the pussy. I just turned that mole into a wheel of cheese.
Oh my god, is that what it... Why am I a chicken?
I mean, you are a bit of a cock.
There you go.
Alright, so that's one.
More cats to go.
Let's go for this one.
Oop, I turned him into a fish.
Hey, don't run away.
I have
The
a
green one.
balloon. So run off the green
Ooh.
one. Whereabouts are you?
I'm... Yeah, here, see? You gotta wear a
Here it is?
hat.
Okay.
And we've gotta do this.
Are we seriously doing the gritty?
Yep. Nah, we're just doing a little jump. No. Look at the cat. Look at the cat on the door.
Yeah, that's where I'm. Oh.
You get it now?
Yeah. Okay, so I got to do the tail.
So yeah, so So you need to go and do the rear leg. Yep. There.
And the eyes and ears.
Yep. Yay! You haven't seen this one before? You played It Takes Two with your nephew on the weekends? I saw a lot of people play It Takes Two, so I was kind of spoiled a little bit on it, but I've not seen people play Split Fiction, so I thought me and Code could play it together.
How did you get stuck in there?
Oh, look at this fat mushroom. There we go. Cat is following me.
I'm gonna have a looky-loo for anything
fun.
Yeah, make sure there's no references.
Oh, look at that, a fox.
Whereabouts are you? Oh.
I'm just over here. Yeah, you can like draw things in this thing.
Yeah, it's all about drawing things. Don't erase my flowers!
Alright, what's over...
Daddy's erasing the beauty! Oh, can't go this way. Hang on, this way.
Oh. Oh, okay, so we need to go this way. Okay.
Down's back over here.
Yep. Which means... So yeah, we just need to go to the blue one that's, you know, back this way. Oh my god, a giant ball. How long does the string go? Is it getting smaller? Oh my god.
Maybe.
I think it is. I think it's getting smaller. Yeah, it looks like it's getting smaller.
Hey, Grant.
Hey, what's up?
Frog.
Get frogged. No more.
Oh god!
No more string. Oh my god, you're just a fucking balloon man.
Blah. This is just me on a regular day, though. Blah.
Blue.
Blah. Boing. Boing, boing.
Very spooky, Zoe. I know, right?
Ooh, hello.
Hang on.
Is there
There's something
things?
over here. There's a mole man over here.
Dark Souls!
Dark Souls!
Moonfire.
Look at that!
Here, weary traveler, for great adventures lie ahead.
Good reference.
Love it. Love it.
Alright, now we have to head back.
Hang on, don't go too far ahead. Don't go too far ahead.
I wonder if it's still there even if you're gone.
I really don't want to take that risk.
And there you are, little spirit cat. Shh, sweet dreams.
Kitty!
All right.
Just meowed so loud.
I kind of figured with this world we were probably going to see a Dark Souls reference.
Really? Okay, okay.
There was just something about it, and given the fact that they've made so many other video game references.
Yeah, no, fair, fair. I appreciate them, though. Where's the cat? Oh, there's the cat. I didn't know who had the cat, so...
I had the pussy.
By the way, I thought you didn't like cats.
What? I love cats. It was only the Ice King who was a menace to society.
Yeah, see?
Oh, hang on, what's this down here? Oh, it's just cat stuff.
Yeah, it's like a little, like, plush thingy-madoogies. It's kind of cool design that they do, like, the little, like, lion thingy-madoogie there.
Whoa. What
Aw, it's like a,
was...
it's like a pillow fort.
It's a little hideaway.
Hmm.
Right? Oh, me and my sister Ella used to love making these on rainy days.
I gotta give it to you. This is a legit pillow fort, Zoe.
Our favorite thing to do in here was to create exciting adventures and whimsical stories and then imagine they were happening right outside our fort. I never made this into a finished story, though.
Sounds like this was the spot where your interest in writing first started.
I guess it was. Never thought of it like that.
I could take a nap.
Yeah, we should get going, though.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So that's pretty cool.
Honestly, I would have taken a nap there too.
I would have. I've not made, like, a blanket or pillow fort. I just do not have the free time to throw away that kind of nonsense. And I don't have spare pillows and blankets to do.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah. So, I've even, like,
The...
changed, what's-a-mahoozy? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, no! Ah.
I thought these would be ones that we'd, like, stand on, but it's not.
Yeah, because I was going to go that way thinking it was that way.
But
But then when you spotted the fish, it was like, oh, okay, no, it was this way.
Alright, so I need to go this way. You go through the red. There we go. Oh, made it. How did you do?
Oh, just.
Okay, so...
That little platform down near the bottom.
Oh, I see it, I see it. Yep, okay. I could just barely see that.
Wait, are we trapped? It's probably nothing. I hope.
Watch,
Oh,
we're about
you
to
hope,
enter...
huh?
We're about to enter the murder dome or something.
I don't recall writing this.
Oh, yep, okay, cool.
Okay, so slide through only your colored gate!
See you go. Thank you. Yep. Sorry.
Seriously? No, game's fault. It dropped us right there.
Alright, you gotta jump, double jump. And then we gotta avoid the grinder.
I'm going to the left. Damn it. Oh, thank goodness it's not going to ask us to do that again.
Yep. Left, 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 left. Go to the right.
Shoot it, Zoe.
Oh, crap. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, I think we've got to jump onto the platforms. Oh, no.
Whee! Hi there, Phantom. Gotta go. Night, guys. No, don't worry. Thank you for dropping by real quick. Oh my god. Oh.
Down.
It's like Contra. Look at it.
This is some dangerous territory. But you know what they say. Pressure makes diamonds. Sure thing.
Oh.
Oh, okay, we drop down here. And then we go across, and then jump.
Oh, crap.
Oh, I need a... Sorry. Oh, wait, cool, I'm down here. Alright. And you want to move? Drop down now. Wait. And start moving across.
Hello.
Ah, I can't get all of that. Hello! Frank Water from National Tiles. Okay, let me... There we go. Nice work.
Enemy up ahead.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Engrel, for being my biggest fan. Never mind Jason. Jason's no longer my biggest fan.
Angrel, why aren't you my biggest fan?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Alright, so hang on. So... Oh, okay, hang on. So we gotta put it on this thing. And then, ready? 3,
Yep.
2, 1. Yeah!
Look at that skill right there.
That was good work. Alright, that's yours.
That's pretty cool. Let's go me. Oh, I can edit field so fun.
Ah! God damn it!
Sorry about that. Okay, there's a limited time you can be on these things then. Ooh, okay.
Now we're fucking with portals.
Oh!
Oh. Totally knew that's what we had to do. Totally, right? Like, we totally knew that. We were totally
I did
on
at
the
least.
ball.
Yes, rocket that.
Damn it, sorry.
Yeah, it requires your, what's-mahoozy bombs.
I got stuck in the corner.
There we go. I don't know why, this perspective is cool.
Yeah, I kind of like this one.
Oh, wait. Shoot! Shoot! Oh. Stay alive. Oh. Alright, here we go. Who was that? Silver the Hedgehog! The 6th one. Thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Easy.
Blip. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're all good. You're all good.
Okay, that makes sense.
Blip.
How did you, like...
Because I'm awesome.
Okay, okay, fine. You're awesome.
Don't you forget it.
Okay. You ready? So you need to jump. There we go. And then try now.
Okay, my turn.
There we go.
Call to action. Yeah.
Nice.
Skills.
That was pretty cool.
GLaDOS would be proud of us. Ow.
Maybe not about that one.
No. I haven't played Portal 2 in years, actually.
Neither have I. I played it a long time ago with a friend in high school, I want to say. Oh, it's alive again.
Oh, right. Metal Gear Rex.
Yeah, it's like Contra. Or Metal Slug, or whatever it's called.
No, I would say Contra. Definitely much more of a Contra vibe.
Oh. Don't die. There we go.
Those rocket eyes.
Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, all good. It got the shield up again at a bad time. How are we doing today? We're doing fairly alright. We're going through like a Contra-inspired level, which is pretty cool. Oh, you need to do a bubble? And then I need to do a bubble? And then you need to do a bubble?
Those rocket eyes.
There we go. Ah. Oh, okay, so we need to do...
Portal's coming up.
Oh, he's going faster.
Oh, yay.
Okay, you can throw him.
Okay, you gotta weaken them and then throw them. But you can only throw your colored one.
Oh, okay, so we can shoot either or? Nah,
I think so.
Nah, you can only damage your own colors. There we go.
Did not like that.
Alright, then these are
Your
mine.
turn.
Yep. Your turn. Survive! There we go. There we go. Oh, come on.
He's really pushing that Contra vibe, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yes! And that's them dead.
Fatality.
Excellent work, Code.
Wow, brutal. You're quite the gunslinger, Zoe.
Nice.
Oh, I get it now. You're into old gunslinging movies, aren't you?
You mean westerns? No.
Nope.
Are you sure?
Pick up your eye.
Knows the correct terminology for the genre.
Okay, got my eye. Now what?
They're jetpacks.
But of course.
Dad is, though.
Is what?
Into westerns.
Into westerns. Didn't realize the gunslinging detail snuck its way in when I wrote this.
Well, I like it. Makes the story more personal.
I guess. Now, buckle up.
Yeehaw, ma'am!
Hell yeah. Ah, okay.
So, where to? To the top floor.
Then let's soar to the skies.
Ow.
Don't forget to dash. Turbo boost.
Oh, good. There was something below us.
Ooh.
Jetpacks cool. Over there, Zoe. Another side story.
Oh, wait, there's supposed to be a thingamadiggy. Oh, how did I end up on here? Oh, there's a little indicator on the back of the jetpack to tell you how far away you are from thingy.
Yeah, tell you how much fuel you got left.
Very Dead Space, like, you know, Dio something or rather gameplay.
Okay, this is a very black and white aesthetic.
It's a, it's, paper mache.
Well, Tim Burton.
It was a dark and stormy night. No, too cliche. Once upon a time. Yes, much better. Once upon a time, there were two heroes
Oh, this looks...
who were walking in a forest. Yes.
Aww.
Okay, this is cool.
All of a sudden, a call to adventure. Oh no! I have terrible news! Our prince has been captured!
This is such a cool style.
As fast as they could. Oh no! Enemies! Our heroes need a weapon. How about swords?
Blarg!
Blarg.
Have been done. Ooh, they could wield nunchucks. Nunchucks rule.
I'll say no to nunchucks.
Owie.
No! Blarg!
No.
Fit, do they? Ooh, bows are cooler.
Oh, okay.
We need new enemies. How about the bird? Pew pew! So cool.
Haha, I'm Hawkeye.
That must be crossed. But a
Bleh.
Cyclops is guarding it. Halt thee! You must solve my riddles 3. First, what is brown and sticky?
A stick.
Yes, a stick! I do agree! Blog! No, this is all too violent.
Oh. This is such a cool style. I love this idea of like active storytelling on the thingy.
What if instead there was a noble steed? Yes! One of them could be a horse!
God damn it!
Look at the horse, chat! No, chat. Hang on, stop moving. Look at the...
Fuck you, I'm out of here!
Look at the horse. Look at this silly horse.
Get me out of here!
Okay, a good story needs a misty mountain. Oh, no horse. Horses can't climb.
I doth not say nay.
Doth not.
Smash!
This is a very interesting art style.
It is, isn't it?
Watch out! A boulder!
Nice.
Woo! Close call.
It's just a silly. It's like a. I like this scrapbooking idea.
Far too steep for our heroes to climb. Surely the goats of the mountain will lend a hoof.
I love how the goat, like the eyes. It's such a scrapbook thing where the eyes. It's two on the side there. Do you see?
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Ah!
Oh wait, no, hang on. So I need to pick up speed. All right, so yeah. Did you see one of the jumps was just like, yay, 360.
Yeah, my goat did a little flippy.
Yeah.
Eventually, our heroes reach the mountain summit. Yay!
Whee!
A dark cave is revealed.
Ooh, a dark cave.
Enter the cave. Spikes! Ouch!
Yeah, the last thing I need is a little prick. Ha 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 ha.
At the bottom of the cave, everything goes dark.
Oh.
Darkness. Very scary.
Very scary. Oh, hello. So there's...
Oh, there I am.
The cave is a very dangerous place. Filled with bats. Our heroes may need bows after all. What is that? A mighty gate! Help me! Help me! The prince is tied up. But,
We're putting arrows in...
the prince.
We're putting arrows in the pins.
Crab. Or a duck.
Duck!
Duck.
I see. The big duck appears.
Oh my god, that is... Not
Oh
soft.
god, eggs! Too much protein for Grant.
Nah, I can... There's never enough protein. There we go. Oh,
What was I thinking? A duck?
what's wrong with the duck?
Maybe something else.
Let's go with the demon, because it's probably wanting me to...
Yes! A giant enemy demon appears!
Ow.
There we go.
Glorious!
Shoot the prince!
Oh, hang on.
I knew I could count on you.
I thought she was gonna do it, that's all, folks, but okay. Oh, look at us! We're still in the, you know, pencil cartoon.
Very South of Midnight aesthetic here, isn't it?
This is not South of Midnight. This is way too, what's Mahoozy? It, something of Oberdeen? Because of, like, because of all the paper?
Yeah. Get on the boot!
The boat! We're getting on the boat, Het! We can now sail off into the horizon.
Now champions, set sail and
Fantastic. Honestly,
Beautiful. Round of applause.
that was a lovely like side piece.
Children's story? A successful attempt, I'd say.
Yeah. Alrighty, so
Man, I love that one. You love all your ideas.
Alright, looks like on either side of these we'll have to do...
so yeah, that way we give it a recharge.
Alright, through the individual gates we go.
Yeah, because then it charges up our jetpacks.
Refuel!
Ready? There we go. Alright, jump.
Ah, I blew up.
I got one!
Don't get penisy, kid.
Don't get cocky.
That's what I said. Don't get penisy.
There! Damn it! Watch out for the drones!
Alright, so... oh, there's the drones.
Got one!
Where's the other drone? Oh, there's the other drone.
Damn it.
Oh, okay, so... ow. The drones are making this annoying.
How about it?
Alright,
Okay,
so...
try again.
Alright.
Oh, it's a Bethesda-style lockpicking game.
Wait, what?
Oh! Oh!
Wait, what are you doing?
Okay, so put your thing there, but don't blow it up until you get it into the center.
So... like... here?
Hang on, I'll show you, I'll show you.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay, I just... there we go. Okay. Now, okay, yeah, sorry.
No, that took me a second to figure out as well, so...
Yeah. Oh, okay, hang on. I need to... I'll get it, don't you worry, I'll get it. I just want to go fast. There we go. Oh, I can't keep it? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Jetpack Eye.
Shame.
That was too much fun.
It was a lot of fun. The chamber of the source.
Wonder what sort of sauce.
Okay, guess we're going over here immediately. A lot of panels in a quick succession there.
Hmm.
Yeah, a bit weird.
Okay. This is it.
Is that creature the source of the toxins?
This is where the mechs keep him.
Him?
They captured and tortured him to siphon his lifeblood.
A lot of pain.
It's a dad in the hospital getting all of his needles and everything.
Yeah, that must be it.
Poor thing.
Yeah. You probably already guessed it, but I sort of based the story around my dad. Ever since he got diagnosed, all these visits to the hospitals, medicines, treatments. It doesn't matter what we try, it just keeps on spreading.
Cancer.
Seems like all we can do now is wait for the inevitable. It might be tomorrow. Next month, 6 months, who knows?
Are you alone in all of this? What about your mother? Your family?
It has always just been me and my dad.
I'm sorry.
All I can do is write this silly story where I get to save him. Like it would change anything.
No one should have to go through that. Much less alone.
I don't want to stay here, Zoe. I want to leave.
Then let's do that.
That's our escape! Go!
Jet skis?
Come on!
Like jet ski thingies?
Yeah. Jet skis.
There he goes!
Release the Kraken!
Kraken!
He'll guide us out of here! Follow him!
Wee.
Okay, so Ella's gonna dive under.
Okay.
That was really nice of you! What did I do? Opening up your feelings like that! I feel not now, Zoe!
Meh.
Well, I'm not totally reminded of RE4.
Wee. It is definitely RE4 vibes with this. Ow.
Watch the green. With a little bit of wave race thrown into this, I think. Wave race.
It would have been cool if you could loop the loop.
Okay, you've got to keep it held down to stay down.
Yep.
This game has some pretty good action sequences.
It does. It's really good, neat. Ah, here comes the motorcycle bit. Okay, I thought we had to dive, but there is no dive option.
Which does not mean save our souls, because no meaning was actually ever given to it.
Oh, it was just like the quickest letters, like 3 dashes, 3 dots, 3 dashes.
Exactly.
There we go.
Duck.
Yep.
So this whole place is just basically a metaphor for the hospitals.
Yeah, that's what I got from it as well.
I'm guessing the green stuff is most likely the chemo.
No, isn't the toxin like the lifeblood they were taking from him?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. That would be like bone marrow and stuff like that.
Yeah. But either or, she saw her dad in pain in the hospitals, and this was how she would cope / write.
Yeah. There's really no correct answer in that regards, I think.
Yeah. Made it.
Release the Kraken!
You already made that joke!
I'm allowed to make it again!
Whoa! Now that's a breakout!
Claps.
Zoe, you might be the first person who's seen this side of me.
And you'll be the last, shoots her.
He's the last, gets out of the bubbles, just stragglers like, no one needs to know.
Really?
Shh, no
I'm
witnesses.
such a downer.
Puts a couple of rounds into her.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, you bitch!
Dad means the world to me. It's so unfair. And there's this anger growing inside of me. I feel trapped. It's like I'm lost in the dark. I don't know what to do.
It's called needing therapy.
Who wouldn't be overwhelmed by it all? It makes you human.
Does it?
To be overwhelmed by all of this. Yeah, it's just an aspect of, like, you know,
I'm having a
vulnerability. Ah, okay.
I just wish it was true in the real world.
Stop, bitches.
I really hope you and your father pull through this.
Thanks.
What do you reckon when we get the next glitch and then we find out he's dead?
To make a little more sense.
Ooh, that would be very painful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, I don't think you're a downer.
Nice.
Yeah, that just happened to spawn right there.
Yeah, because it's the narrative end of the story.
Uh-oh,
Ooh.
something happened.
What is going on?
Down here, I am the one that makes the rules.
Okay, he sounds
Glug,
serious.
glub, glug, glub, glug.
Whatever. Let's bounce.
Here, here.
Oh, that's not normal.
Okay, I think we're nearing the end.
Possibly?
We got him. They're locked in.
System failsafe mode is active, sir.
I won't be able to, like, go through it because, like...
Oh, look, look, look. Did you see behind them? Oh, no, that's just the pods. Never mind.
Yeah.
No. What's happening? It looks like it's healing itself.
Good luck reaching that glitch now, huh?
Why are you even doing this?
Can't you see that I'm doing society a favor?
Oh.
I'm the good guy here.
I seriously doubt that.
What you're witnessing down there is but a taste of what my machine can do. I will change the entire industry. I just need to gather enough stories.
It's like making an AI...
Will be fully operational.
Yeah, he's making an AI thing.
I'm not surprised that you narrow-minded amateurs can't comprehend the majesty of what I'm trying to achieve here.
What? All I see is another big corporation screwing over the little guy.
Yeah, how original.
It doesn't matter what you think. All you have to do now is sit tight and witness as I fully restore my machine and put an end to your insignificant little uprising.
Wait, what is this thing?
No idea, but it can't be good. Let's look around, Zoe. There's gotta be a way to find that glitch.
Sure.
I'm guessing we can't go too far from each other.
Raider losing his mind.
I've got a feeling that he might have lost it a while ago.
Your stories are simply a part of a much larger plan.
With or without our consent. The ego on this guy.
Your creative power only meant anything when you were hooked up to my machine.
I can't believe Raider thinks he's the good guy.
Hasn't every villain in history believed?
Oh, okay. So,
Okay, hang on.
Alright, so you... Yep. Oh, damn it.
Nope, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so we can't... Looks like we can't go too far from each other either.
Hmm.
This
Probably
isn't just
not.
about your stories. It's about harnessing pure creativity.
Sure, and then what?
Well, I can produce masterpieces at the touch of a button.
All for a hefty fee, I presume.
Oh, this sounds like AI.
Yeah. This could definitely be, like... Wait, what? Oh, wait, no. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. And then jump.
It's pretty much just sounding like, you know, AI corporations.
Yeah, I was kind of getting that as well with the whole, like, oh, it's gonna be perfect. It will make so many things. We just need, like, you know... Oh. We just need, like, more original ideas in order for it to, like, extrapolate new ones. Jump. Jump. Jump.
Upon completion, everything this machine will be able to create will be an instant work of art.
Art is subjective.
I strongly disagree.
Where is... There it is. Alright, you ready?
Yep. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay, so...
Hang on, I've got to jump over to that platform, so hang on. Alright, now you jump off. Jump over. I think there's gotta be... Ah, there it is. Okay, let go for a second. Now... Whoop.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Tether together.
Nothing will be able to match the speed and imagination of what my machine can produce.
You can't monopolize storytelling, Raider.
Oh, but I can. And I will.
Jump. Pretty good platforming.
Yeah.
I have worked on this for 20 years. Nothing will stop me.
And listen to yourself.
And I'll do whatever it takes to realize my vision.
We'll see about that.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hang on. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. We can't get too far apart.
Yep. There we go.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yep, eagle mode.
Seagull!
Oh, okay. No, remember, we can't split apart too much. What are you doing?
Oh, I was on the wrong side. I thought I was Zoe for a second.
Can we mute this guy already? I wish.
Once I've dealt with you two and this stupid book, I will finish what I started.
What do you think actually the next one's going to be a combo of the two again?
Oh, it might be a combo.
Look, in my defense, fuck that thing.
Yeah.
Hang on.
What the? Weird.
I think one of us got caught on a pixel there somewhere. Yeah, I got caught between.
Yeah, okay, okay. You can pretty much just walk to it. Yeah, like this.
Where's the fun in that, though?
Alright, so
Okay,
you need to walk.
okay.
Careful with the bungee cord.
Oh boy.
Being stretched to the limits there.
How did they end up there?
Keep it up.
What are you doing? I ordered you to stop right now.
Okay. We can't let the cord be cut by the looks of it.
Yep, makes sense.
Home stretch, Mio.
Expand the platforms. Separate them from the glitch. Now.
Run, Zoe!
Stop them. Stop them now.
Yeah! Alright.
No! System failsafe deactivated.
We didn't have enough time to restore the machine, sir.
Impossible!
Woohoo! We did it! Come on, Zoe, grab the glitch! Suck it, Raider! Come on! Yeah.
It's just like, yeah. Bam. Let's go.
You have my permission to order 69.
Oh my god! It's a fucking Sailor Moon.
Not a very good Sailor Moon.
What the?
I feel like we can handle any curveball Raider throws at us.
I feel like yeah, I would be the one to do the Sailor Moon transformation, and Granny be sitting there just like, oh god.
And then, like, at the end, when it's just like, we gotta do it, and then finally, it's just like, fine. And then we both pose.
No way! Zoe, maybe get me up to speed?
Okay.
Oh, I think this is the dragon level you see in the trailers.
Upbringing, how we grew up
Ah, okay.
together.
Wasn't your shape-shifting story also inspired by your sister?
Yeah? We're twins.
Oh. That makes sense. So, what do we do now?
I need to get into character.
Hey!
Cool eggs.
Zoe, Ella, adventure lies ahead. Take the dragon eggs.
Dragon eggs.
Yeah, I wrote me and Ella as dragons.
So we're doing dragons.
What's wrong with dragons?
Without dragons now, can we?
Yeah!
It's cool.
Dragon these nuts.
Lost 2 dragons from extinction. Fate lies in thy hands.
That's it? No detail on the whole extinction part?
Don't worry, I I know what to do. Grab that bag.
Why do we need details about the extinction part? That's fine. Just keep them alive.
Okay. You take the Ella egg. Ooh, it's heavy. Just don't drop it.
Gotcha.
Also, hi
Drop it,
there,
got it.
Darthwing Games. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing all right.
Hey, Darth, how you doing?
So, we're in a fallen kingdom of dragons, and we're here to make sure they aren't lost forever.
Right. What happened?
War. An ancient ancestor to the first dragon family turned on his kin, and the conflict left the world in ruin.
Pretty dark premise, Zoe. I like it.
So kind of like Aragon.
Oh, yeah, actually, a little bit.
Whoa, that's some OG skeleton.
All dragons might have fallen, but their spirits linger on.
Nice.
So, upon completion, Raider's machine will eventually be able to take control of
Oh, this
all
way.
creativity. Is that right?
That's what he claims. Changing storytelling forever.
Ugh, and Raider will be behind the wheel of it all.
No thanks. Giving one company that amount of power sounds like a living nightmare.
Yeah, no. Let's not
Twitter.
let that happen.
Facebook.
Google.
Okay, I feel like we're supposed to jump somewhere.
Nah, I
Oh, no,
think it
never
was-
mind. That was just for shit.
Yeah, I think it was just for shits and gigs. And then I've got put my egg here for some reason, so you jump across. And then you put your egg in there. Alright, and then...
Oh, these eggs are quite useful.
And then we let go. Oh, okay. So... Oh, okay, no, stop. So I put my egg in, so now you go across. And then you put your eggs in. So yeah, okay, I see. Now it makes sense. Alright, and then we split.
Oh, apparently they can't really hear the game from your end.
Oh. Oh. Why is that? Oh, I think it might be because of, maybe too much noise ducking, perhaps? Or... So,
Maybe.
yeah, hang on. So that means ding... Because I think I put the sound, like, maybe I need to do it louder. So keep it at, like, 11. No? Why is it...
Okay, I was gonna like be like Sage, but the joke's kind of funny.
Think. All right. So, also hi there, Tim. Is it better now?
Whoa. What came out of that egg? As legend has it,
Because the idea is that like if I talk, there's audio ducking that goes off additionally,
Imagine how much you
and then if Ko talks via comms, it does some audio ducking stuff. But it might be a bit too strong of an audio ducking, perhaps.
Maybe.
Yeah. Which would be a very unique to this game thing.
long story short, the bad guy's called the Megalith.
3,
sought
2, 1.
immortality. But in his greedy pursuit, he became corrupt, and war followed.
bummer.
Kind of better. Yeah, I think what I'll need to do is I'll need to remember to adjust this again later, but probably change the audio ducking from being like, because it was previously at like 5, so I'm now going to put it at like 3.5.
Oh, and Sage, you're fine. We got the joke. It was actually kind of funny.
Yeah. So maybe that will be better. So yeah, because I don't... Unless, did I not save? No, it saved it into there. The dialogue is slightly stronger. Music can be lower. 3D audio is not available.
Sorry, I just got a message from someone quickly.
No, it's okay. I'm fiddling with my thingamadiggy. So we got a limiter that does -14. I'm gonna change you to like -10 or -12, and then ratio is 3:1. Does the attack based off of my mix and audio, and then this one is a higher ratio. Output gain. Maybe that will do it now. I could also just
Maybe.
I could also just, you know, make it so that they're not active. So, because normally the volume is very loud in games that I play and such like that, so maybe it's just a case of I need to have the audio ducking turned off instead. Because, yeah, the music isn't, like, super loud or anything like that.
So, how does this mega what's-its-face look like?
The megalith? You're about to find out.
I am.
I tapped that.
There he is! Jesus. Pick up your egg! Brace yourself!
Oh, okay, so now we go to the left, which is awkward.
That's some serious trouble, Zoe! Yep, and he's got a temper!
We fucked up!
I think we were meant to stay on it until it got closer for a jump.
That's some serious trouble, Zoe! Yep, and he's got a temper! Why can't there
Dominoes! Blech.
Oh, it's coming for us! It's coming right for us! Almost there!
Almost missed sight of that thing.
Oh, come on!
He really doesn't like us.
Rawr.
Rawr. Ooh woo. I smell bitches.
Yeah.
Well, no bitches for me. He ain't getting no bitches.
For now.
But now gets head bitten off.
Did you have to make it so massive? You could have chilled with scale.
Well, in my defense, if something's gonna hunt dragons, it needs to be big.
Yeah.
I don't get it though. If you like dragons,
Love dragons.
love dragons, why make them extinct? What's the angle?
Growing up, sometimes it felt like it was just me and Ella against the entire world. But as twins, we always have each other's backs.
Must be nice to have backup.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the
What
core
happened
this
to
story.
Ella?
facing life's adversities, no matter the scale, together.
Good story.
Still think you could have made that thing smaller.
At least now you know what we're up against. Yeah, but can't see how we possibly stand a chance against that thing.
Oh, we'll have some proper backup. Don't you worry.
Where's a bazooka when you need one?
Okay.
Oh.
Ah, okay, hang on. So... Oh, okay. Maybe put yours in the other one?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, putting it in now.
And then you do the leap across.
Yeah, missed.
Yeah, so it looks like we just have to take turns. Alright, so...
Alright.
So yeah, once you get
Going
your
for
egg...
it.
So yeah, so... We gotta wait for my thing to go, because yours... Yep, there we go.
Quickly.
There we go.
Egg-tastic.
Nah.
Yeah, that joke was not excellent. Thank you.
Welcome to the Cave of Cradles.
You're saying it like I should know what it means?
Just place your egg down there, and you'll see.
Right.
Check this out.
Hmm.
Oh, hey there, little ones. Welcome to the world. It's okay. Come here.
I want the blue one.
We can swap. We can either like
No, it's fine.
We can-
I'm fucking around.
look. I think.
Okay,
Look,
hop in.
honest.
No, it's good.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
I only want the blue one because he's blue.
Yeah. No, fair. That's understandable. Theming and all that.
Hey, stop licking.
Yeah.
Aww, I think she likes you.
Rely on thy dragons to make your way to the next temple.
This way.
I said no licking.
Get on. I'll push us out.
Where are we going?
Down the river.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. So.
I've been thinking about Raider.
Gungaga.
Well, what about our favorite guy? I mean, if he's been working on his machine for 20 years...
Alright, you stay on the left. I'll stay on the right for a second.
I don't think there's anything he wouldn't do to protect it.
All right.
Okay, left.
No, we go right. We go right. We go right.
No
Right.
matter
Right.
the
Right.
cost.
Then you want to be on the left-hand side. Left goes right, right goes left.
Why does? Oh, okay.
Have you never been kayaking before?
No.
Well, good thing you got a licensed kayak instructor.
All right. Cool. I'll take your instruction.
To the left. So on the right-hand side. So when I say left, put it on the right.
Is
When
it
I
just
say
me,
right,
or
put
is
it
the
on the
current
left.
speeding up?
Okay.
Okay, keep straight, so don't keep it on either side.
The stream
Alright,
sure is picking up pace.
Oop. No, you had the right side. Alright. Left side, so stay on the left.
Okay.
Right side,
Left side.
left side. Right side. Left side. Let's try and center it if we can.
We did
I really
it.
hope we don't have to do that very often.
Knowing our luck, we probably will, but it won't be like, you know, during a river. Hopefully.
Never mind, we're gonna have to run from him.
Don't stop paddling! Shit!
That'd be my reaction. Alright.
Is it on to us? Just paddle! We're running out of river, Zoe.
It's the waterfall!
In my defense, I thought we were pretty spot on.
Yeah. Oh.
In my defense, I forgot to give you directions.
Yeah.
Left-hand side.
Oh, left-hand hand. Yep, okay. Oh.
Right-hand side.
We're running out of river,
Left-hand
Zoe.
side.
It's the waterfall!
There we go. Yeah.
Keep it straight. Left-hand side.
Yep.
Right-hand side.
Nope.
Can our little friends just
Left-hand
maybe
side.
lend us a hand?
Have some patience, they're just kids!
Left-hand side. Right-hand side.
Oh, here we
Keep
go
it straight.
again.
Okay, hopefully we don't have to deal with the kayak.
Come on.
Here we go. Please don't let go.
Zoe!
Are you okay?
Okay, so
Yeah, we are.
there we go.
Okay, so it looks like my dragon's gonna let me glide. Yours will let you climb.
Fly? It wasn't flying, silly. It was gliding. Now, who's got the bestest tail?
Wait, can you eat things? Oh my god!
Who wants a treat?
These are dragon fruits.
Yeah, I was about to make the joke.
Oh, it infinitely grows back. Never mind. Okay.
Are you trying to fatten him up?
I wanted to see what would happen.
Have a bite, just don't drool on me. Huh. These dragons aren't completely useless.
Oh, don't worry, little ones. It's Mia's way of saying thanks.
Get down.
Ah! You're a quartet threat!
Yay.
All right! No one's gonna judge you if you play around, Mio.
Alright, looks like you gotta climb that way.
Yep.
Let's hope this thing still works.
Maybe, or you go up here? Because this thing now has...
Ah, okay, yep.
Oh!
All right, ride's ready.
You need to pull it again.
Oh, I was hoping to leave you there.
Aww. There we go.
Look at you two getting along and all.
Why is my dragon shaking, Zoe?
Oh my.
Big dragon.
I smell a side
We should be
story.
safe from here. I think. You think?
Is this a side story? Hang on, hold up, hold up.
Side story. These dragons need us.
No, no, side story.
Where do you see the side? Oh, do you see it back there?
Yep.
Ah, okay then, okay. Ah, yep. Yep, now I see it.
Get on, bitch. Okay, you're gonna have to go back with that elevator.
How? Ah, okay. So I need to go back on here. Oh, okay.
Stay on the elevator.
Yeah, I'm still on it.
Oh, no, no, hang on.
You need.
No, you gotta come back. Yeah, you gotta come back. And then I've got to send it over to you somehow. Oh, jump off of it as soon as you activate it.
Ah, that would do it. Other side.
Oh, other side.
There we go. Boom. That would do it. Ugh. We're just leaving the dragons here? We're not taking them with us?
Ready?
Ready.
They're gonna be so...
Well, we have to if we wanna make sure that all these side stories don't get told.
Okay, Zoe. This idea is inspired by video games I played growing up.
Video games?
Get the highest score, get the win.
Wait, this is a competition.
You bet.
Bring it on then.
3, 2.
Oh, SSX.
Let's see. Alright. Oh, yep.
See you at the finish line.
Okay, how'd you do trick? Okay.
Ah.
Straight up banging. Oh, now that, here we go. Whoa. Nailed it.
Oh, damn it.
Come on. Wow.
Yeah, I think you've won points-wise, Grant.
It's not a competition. Ah, damn it.
This is about to get real. Shred it. Get ready so we reach for the sky. Okay?
Oh, hell yeah!
There's our high five.
Outstanding!
What?
Oh. I got too busy doing a trick.
Rad, Zoe! Ah! Whoa! Bring it on! Jeez, those things are cute!
Nah.
Hella slick! Epic! We're almost at the finish line! I'm the bomb! Eyes on the prize! What a great ride! I am magnificent! I am such a natural!
So,
I just got unlucky.
Oh, sure. Let's blame it on luck.
I
Tony
tried
Hawk's
that.
rewards being able to do, like, chaining tricks. So, the minute they were like, oh, hey, like, I just started pressing X, B, and Y whenever I did jumps, so I always did more than one trick whenever I could.
Please.
And then also, like, jumping from, like, one rail to the next while doing a trick in between them. So then that way, that escalated the multiplier.
I'm happy I got to keep that one.
Shall we? We
So, yeah.
shall.
Yeah. I'm guessing, like, if we don't do all these side stories, there's probably a bit to the ending that we won't get from it.
Possibly. It's a big
Have
maybe.
a bite, just don't drool on me.
So, yeah.
I mean, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable assessment. I wouldn't be too bummed if there wasn't much of a difference, because the side stories are fun.
I mean, we can always look it up later.
Yeah, I suppose.
But let's try and get all the side stories.
I do want to try and get all the side stories. They do. They're not a blink and you miss them kind of thing a lot of the time. So.
Plus, you know, that achievement hunter in us.
Yes. All right. So this one is my one. There we go.
Yeah, we'll more than likely either have one more sci-fi mission, or this will probably be near the last of it.
Where?
Or it'll attempt
there
to
you are.
combo the two.
There you are.
Yes, here I am. Oops.
Yep. No, I messed that one up.
I don't even know where I'm supposed to be going with this one.
Yeah, this one irks me. Are you sure you're not supposed to be like where I am right now?
No, because I can't climb, remember?
Yeah, but you can glide and look. See how there's like a thingy-majiggy here?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Is this like a
Okay,
plumbing
so
system?
yeah, so see how. All right, so be no. Other one. Stay the other one. Stay the other one. And yep, you got the right date. There we go. Now I bet there's something for me to help you. There we go.
All right, let's press on. Let's.
See?
Alright, looks like this is another one climbing one for you. I'm guessing I stand here and... Oh, no.
No, you need to... Ready?
Yeah, hang on 1 second.
Alright, go.
We got it.
But I don't have a good way of... Oh, wait, no, we do. We both do. Nice. Swing. Swing. Ah, well, he did better. Cool tapestry.
This looks like some lavish steam bath.
Let me know when you're ready to call it, too, because it is almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's once we get past the 10 o'clock mark, I think I'll call it there. So okay, so
You stand on that.
yeah, okay. No, because to see up there how it does like a little thing, so... Alright, so now... So you're looking for... So I need to do a smiley face, which is... not here.
No, hang on, do an L. Now do... nope, next one over.
Alright, and then... Not smiley...
Smiley face.
I don't have a smiley face.
Alright, cup of tea. Arrow. Yep, that one. Do it again, do it again, do it again.
Sorry.
Oh, that was too close. No, you're all good.
That's some geyser action.
So yeah, because it was like, yeah, there was no smiley face up there, so... So yeah. The mechanics are cool. Each of these, I feel like, if it wasn't for the co-op nature, like, a studio would be trying to, like, make that, and then it would just be trying to put all kinds of blockers and such like that here and there. So I don't know if they would be as fun as these are, because none of them overstay their welcome, thankfully.
Yeah. Every mechanic seems different and fresh, which is really useful.
Yeah. So... And then... Don't...
Damn it!
Gotcha. Made it. Nothing like a jet of water to clean off a bit. Like a bidet.
This looks sort of familiar. You bet.
There you go.
Ah, lovely steam bath.
Step back.
Aw, mine just rolls. Are you sure you don't want to swap?
Are you saying I'm fat?
You roll. Look at this Doshagama. Look at this Doshagama fella.
Let's go. How am I supposed to do that?
Just trust her, and she'll trust you.
Okay,
faster and stronger. The path to the next temple shall be carved.
Okay, hold on tight. Through the waterfall. Okay. Whoa. Easy, easy, easy.
Nice.
Whoa.
Oh, I shoot acid.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, thankfully we all jump. We can all jump.
Yeah. Raw force.
So I can't do the rolly thing. I only glide.
Steady. Steady.
Oh, dragon fruit.
Oh god, I shouldn't have eaten that. I shouldn't have eaten that sushi block.
So yeah, we still have.
Beauty's got
Oh.
claws.
Oh, okay. So now I don't hold the left trigger to do the thingy.
Missing my cool joke.
No, I think I heard it. Whee! Jump.
Oh,
You
cyclists
feel
are.
comfortable? It's like riding a bike, except it's alive, and it might kill me. Oh, you're not gonna get eaten.
Why not? Why can't we do 4?
No more.
But 4. Dad, Grant's saying we can't do 4.
Fuck it, we ball.
Dragon.
Okay, so that's something for me and for you. Nice. I'm just rolling everywhere.
Yeah. Physics.
Yeah, physics, bitch.
Whoa. What are these crystals? Another sign that the realm is dying.
So it's the megalith's doing?
Yeah. And only dragons can cure it.
Honestly, I would have just gone for a game like this. I've been happy.
Yeah, would have been pretty good. So yeah, I think this is for you. Wait, is it near you? Is it near enough? Awesome. Alright, so...
Okay, keep rolling it. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
I think, can you glide there, or...
No, no. Keep it going. Keep it going. One more knock. So I can't really double jump with this thing.
Ah, okay. Well, I can't double jump either, so...
Let's balance things out.
Ooh.
Okay, looks like you'll have to knock me over the next one to get the wings down.
Ah, okay, okay. Yep, I see it.
Hold it. Wait. Okay. One more over.
There we go.
Path is clear. All right. Let's roll out.
Roll out! Yay. Alright, so you throw acid into there. Alright, so just let me know when you're close by and ready.
Yep, what do you want me to do?
Shoot acid.
It's not acid, it's acid reflux.
We've got incoming, Neo. Stay calm.
thinking of finding
Good
some
treat for the
rhythm to this
good
dragon.
boy. We're on a roll.
Hungry dragon.
Hungry,
We are.
Hungry dragon. Ooh, okay, hang on. So... No, hang on. So... Maybe... Okay, so... Yeah, so keep it there, and... Now.
All set.
Alright. Alright. Whee! Oh, that was...
Glad I timed that right.
I didn't know there had to be timing. I was just like, yeah, I'm ready for whatever's.
Alright, I see where I'm gonna go. Grant, you broke it.
It's fine.
That's millions of dollars worth of damage.
Are you gonna make it? He's not gonna make a chat. Oh, okay. I can't stop you.
Oh, the two of you make a great pairing.
Sure, we're getting along.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Walk, keep rolling, 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 rolling. Walk, keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Alrighty,
Okay,
so I guess we go from top to bottom. So what the? Why did? All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh no! Starting from the bottom. Okay, so I do, and then you do your thing. There we go. Then we go. Okay. All right, you ready?
Okay. Yep.
Do yours.
Oh no, sorry, I did the wrong one.
Because we have to do it in order. So
Yeah. Okay.
You together. Together. Yeah. I was wondering.
Okay.
I was wondering what the point of the dragon heads
About
there
to
were.
face off with the Dragon Slayer.
Is that an actual name or a job title?
He was the megalith's general and executioner of dragons during the war.
Sounds like some power metal lyric.
You need to go the other way.
What do you mean? I'm already here.
Why did you go up my direction? Because
I'm already here, though.
You had your own direction to go, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no one told me that I was beautiful.
From the depths I come.
He comes.
Your crypt or we'll make you.
Come.
What'd she say?
Well then, it will be an honor to kill the world's last 2 dragons. Faith extinction.
Don't stop me out.
Missed.
Oh, jeez. Ah, come on.
Arise, my critters. Feast upon their foolishness.
Oh, you're gonna need to take care of those.
Scaled scum. Kill someone.
Stay vigilante. No, I need help.
Jenny's found.
There we go. One more. There we go.
Feel my wrath.
There we go.
You were warned. I show no mercy.
Yeah, clearly a Roadhog player then.
Helicorn! Puny dragons! Ah! Talonnis! Weakling!
I'll make you pay!
If only the dragons who came before you could speak now. Foolish lizards!
He seems to really like picking on me.
Yeah.
Princeps Infernal.
Haha, no more helmet for you.
Bravely, but no dragon can best me.
Oh, you need to be. Stay alive, stay alive.
Ha ha ha.
Now, embrace your doom.
Now he's picking on you.
There we go.
Hey, King, how you doing?
Hi, hi.
Good girl! You're actually pretty cool. Shall we? After you!
Thank you for the head pats.
This is probably
That was
a
some
good.
fierce
It's past
fighting,
10 o'clock.
Dragon.
I got work the next day, and unfortunately, I have to go into the office tomorrow for it.
But we sure
Are you okay
Yeah,
if we
this
call
is
it here?
No, this is probably good calling it here time, I think.
Yeah, that seems good. Yeah, plus it saved like less than a minute ago, so yeah. Seems like a good enough time as any. So yeah, that was fantastic. I'm loving the progress we're making. Good stories
Yeah.
here and there, and it's always a joy being able to play Split Fiction with you.
Any multiplayer game, really.
Yeah, so we'll have another like discussion offline of like the next time we can play, because maybe it'll be next Thursday if your schedule is okay with it.
Yeah, more than likely, because next week's my birthday.
Oh, that's right. That's why you have B-Day May 11th on your thingy-madiggy.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to be doing a birthday stream on the 11th. I might do something on the 9th after we do a bit of Split Fiction, so...
No, fair enough, fair enough.
Might do some party games or something on the 9th. Or it'll be after my birthday, we'll do a party stream.
Alrighty then. Chat, you should go check out Code the Yoshi's Throne. Have a think about what might be a nice birthday gift for Code when it gets to the 11th. I bet it'll be absolutely...
Thank you for the follow.
It'll be absolutely appreciative. But yeah, I will call it here. I don't know if you're gonna keep on streaming.
I will probably maybe take a bit, like a half-hour break. So I'll probably stop the stream for about half an hour and then go and grab myself a drink quickly.
All right.
And then come back.
Alrighty then. Okay, because do you want to go like raid into someone like
Probably not a bad idea to raid into someone, because if I don't come back, then people got something to watch.
Yeah, so it looks like let's see.
Cosmic's doing some art.
Yeah. Just the
What are
passenger
they
is just
drawing?
doing some unnamed space idol.
Scribbles is playing some blueprints.
Have you? So let's see. Kofu. I'm trying to look for someone that's like. Trumpet Collins Gaming. They hang out in my streams a few times.
Oh well, Sharktastic.
Oh, who?
Sharktastic Pupper is doing Everhood.
Sharktastic. Who? Sorry.
Sharktastic Papa.
Tastic Papa. All right, let's go raid into Sharktastic. Is genocide the answer? That's kind of funny. All right. Yeah, let's get ready to go raid into the Sharktastic Papa then. For those of you that are on my side of the raid, we'll go with the short and sweet himbo raid. My
and
goodness,
for
I need to
those
go to the
on
bathroom
my
so
side,
quickly.
it's Belly Raid.
Alrighty then. So yeah, I will be back online Saturday night. I will be going through more Monster Hunter Wilds. I think I'm really close to the end of the high rank because Blue tells me about like there's a monster called Gore Magala or something like that. So that's who we're gonna go after.
Ooh, Gore Magala.
But if you're not able to attend Saturday night, that's okay. I have a Discord. There's a TikTok you can check out, or you can go check out you can check out Code the Yoshi when they stream. And you'll be streaming in like half an hour or so after a little break, right?
Yeah. So probably just gonna take a little bit of a break, then come back because I got night shift tomorrow. I'm probably gonna be up for a little bit tonight just to do some other stuff.
All right.
And we'll go from there.
Alrighty then. Well, otherwise, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Code, thank you so much for the co-op stream again. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you all Saturday night. I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I'm just gonna let the countdown go down for the streamy thingamadoogs.
Yeah, I'm in.
Nice.